I'm just gonna call him, and then I can finish this while talking. Hi, man. What's up? I'm just finishing.
You sound a bit quiet. Hold on.
Yeah, my mic is further from my face. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
All right. I should be done eating in like a minute, but we can go over, you can watch a replay with me while I finish.
Alright, let's alright, so it's mostly TVZ follow-up and TVP that we'll be taking a look at today.
Yes. So let me look. I have 9, 10 TVZs, 5 TVPs and 2 TVTs.
Okay, let's do TVZ first.
Yeah.
Because I have a special thing for TVP.
Okay.
So how many do you have any TVZs played on, like how many do you have on a certain map?
I have a lot on Iron Fortress.
Okay, so if that's the one that you have the most TVZs on, let's take a look at all your Iron Fortress replays first.
Yeah, I think like, wait. Every single TVZ replay I saved is on Iron Fortress.
That's great, actually.
Awesome. Alright, promote you. So as we look at more replays, like go from 1 to 10 or whatever, you might see things improving because that's like further along when I've been doing the build.
Mechanically wise, sure. That's to be expected. I'm more here to help. Like, hopefully after this coaching session, you'll have a lot better of an idea of how to analyze replays yourself, and you might not even need another one depending on how you feel.
Alright. Awesome.
So, do you remember this game?
I'll have to see, like, see what happens, kind of.
Okay.
Additional supply depots required.
I haven't been doing this build on ladder yet, mostly because I'm trying to focus on TVP right now, and I also want to watch the Innovation VOD versus Hydra on Coda with the Banshee switch thing, and I want to see if it's a variation or if it's a different build altogether.
It looked like a variation.
It did, but you don't know for sure until you actually take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Add on.
Like, you might, after you play a game and you lose, you might know why you lost, but you should still take a look at the replay just to confirm it. Because you might figure something out like, oh, wait, I actually was, like, super far behind from this one attack, so I wasn't in a good spot that I thought I was in, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It also helps improve confidence in your play as well, by being able to call things correctly.
Yeah.
Or, like, see how off you are about it as well.
And not, like, let your emotions decide for you and stuff.
Yeah. Looks like this guy might be going for an all-in.
He's such a cheesy player, like, he always does this kind of stuff.
Double Evo.
Like, he plays so weirdly, which is actually kind of good because I was forced to scout him all the time.
That's another thing. People who play weird, when you have a solid macro style, it won't matter what they do. You'll generally be able to hold it without much knowledge of what he's doing, just because you'll have superior timings to him.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of a sudden, like, these players, they might try to switch it up against you, but they're not going to be able to do anything.
Your forces
So you got
under attack.
you dropped it. Okay, you got your scouting info and everything. Adding your barracks.
Add-on. Additional
Medevacs.
supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
Got your wall. Good,
Add-on
good, good.
Complete. Additional supply depots required.
Ready for dust off.
I have a little bit of trouble getting like the max amount of Marines I possibly can.
Game paused.
Yeah, that's your 4th and 5th barracks look like they're coming too fast. I have it timed so they start at 9:45, whereas yours started at about 9 minutes. But let's take a look at what you're doing.
Okay.
So you should.
Game paused.
Okay, let's just
Game resumed.
zoom through it.
Add-on complete.
Oh, you should be making single Marines out of your barracks. That gives you like a couple extra Marines.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ah, no, not a single Marine being built.
I didn't know that. I never have built single Marines out of the barracks.
Oh, really?
Unless I
That's-
missed one of the 4 that go in the medevac, I hadn't been building any.
Add-on.
Damn,
Additional supply
that's,
depots required.
That'll actually probably improve my win rate with this build a lot more.
Yeah, that'll give you quite a bit more army. Yeah, like right. See, if you had like 3 more Marines, then you'd be pretty much at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Game resumed.
Oh, but so I want to like, so these types of problems are gonna pop up more and more, like especially for new builds that you do, and especially in Legacy of the Void. So the way that you figure that out is, so you first identified that you have less Marines than you normally should have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you have to do is you go back, kind of. So like, where would you or no, like so.
Game paused.
You have to go back and take a look at your production, because obviously if you're not making enough Marines, there's something wrong with your production, right?
Yes.
And so in that part of the replay, so you want to see what is going on with your barracks, because they're the things that make your Marines. And you can do this with other parts of your play too. This is just zoning in on a specific thing, and in this case it's the Marines. So what you want to do is you just want to kind of like go X2, X4 on just your barracks and see what's going on with it. So like what I did was I just kind of did this, and I have my screen right here, just centered on your barracks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just kind of like watching it. And then as soon as I saw your stim go and then no Marines producing, I was like, okay, that's probably the problem.
True. And should I build another Marine when, I think I have time to build 1 Marine before I start the tech lab or something like that? Or a couple Marines without...
No, you should just have 4 Marines max, and then you start the tech lab. You don't want to do that because the minerals to build a 5th and 6th Marine, you need it for a faster command center and your supply depots.
Okay.
And for stim and other things.
Okay, awesome.
But yeah, hopefully something like this will come up again, and then I'll be able to kind of quiz you and see if you can do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do the same for like, for pretty much any production building. So your SCVs, your Marines, medevacs, widow mines, anything that seems off, you just look at that specific production building and zone on it specifically, and then you just kind of wait until some irregularities happen.
Alright,
It's like,
cool.
I should be building stuff now, but I'm not building it. Why am I not building it? Is it because I'm cutting things on purpose, which generally you aren't supposed to cut things on purpose, or is it because I just wasn't aware, kind of thing?
And I did a pretty good amount of damage with the drop, right? Like it was good. Like, was it enough? Like, what should I see as like a successful drop?
At higher levels, there are going to be people who absolutely just crush your drop. So what makes a drop successful when you get no damage done is your scouting information. So basically, like, where's this 4th base? Is he taking a 4th base even? Where's his creep spread at? what kind of units does he have? Does he have Mutalisks out right now? How many units did he make? Is he going for an all-in? Something like that. Or like check the saturation at his third to see how far ahead you are or how far behind you are, even.
Okay. And if I was still on 2 bases, let's see, when I'm moving my drop out, and the third is on the way, and I see that he has drones at his third when I do the Widowmine drop. Wait, no, he doesn't have his third up when I'm doing the Widowmine drop, if they're playing standard, right?
Let me just take a look at this replay first, because there might be a better way to go over this instead of going over things like step by step.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay.
So I'm specifically not commenting on your drop right now, and other things as well.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like, you can't really comment on it, and this happens to me as well and other pro players. You have to do the build first and then look at your replay and then decide outside of the actual game, like where do you want your drop to go and that kind of thing. And that's what I'm going to show you as well today.
Okay.
But I just wanted to help you or get you to focus on your macro right now so that you have the correct amount of units, because if you don't have the correct amount of units, then you can't even say like, okay, this should go here and this should go here at this time when you don't even have those units. Then it's just kind of, well, that's not going to work. You're not making any Widow Mines either. You're at 2, and I don't believe you've made any more.
Yeah.
It's just a small macro error. And like there's times where your marine production isn't always constant, and that's why you're kind of floating so much in money.
Mm-hmm.
Ways you can fix that is by either watching your stream and seeing when your money floats and when you're not building things, or you just kind of watch. It's another thing where you just zone in specifically on your marine production. This time though, it'll be on your production tab, but I still like to kind of hover over the barracks as just to have them there as a visual reinforcement of what's going on.
Okay. Yeah.
What you're focused on. So you have to just kind of X2, X1, see like, okay, you're building marines now, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. Your marine, okay, everything's still all right. It could be a little bit better. You should be making 9 instead of 6. Okay, I don't know why you keep making 6.
Yeah, I guess I just click like 6 times.
Yeah, and then now you're just kind of, oh my god, there's a 6 again. Now you're going back up to 9. So that was about what, like a minute at least, where you were not at full production, right?
Yeah,
there.
I was losing out on 33% of what I could have been making.
Yeah, and so that's where a lot of your money spending can come into play.
Okay.
Especially when your economy is correct. Like when your economy is good, like what yours is right now, you start to accumulate extra money if you don't have the exact number of production buildings, and you're not utilizing every single one of them. So the fact that you haven't built any Widow Mines and you weren't off full marine production means that you're going to start to bank up minerals, and it's not because you're like doing anything necessarily wrong. It's just a macro error.
Yeah, like sometimes I have that problem. It's like I think that like I've added my stuff on time, but even if you add your production on time, if you're losing out on 500 minerals worth of marines that you could have made in the last 3 minutes, you're gonna float no matter what. And
yes, and that's not a bad thing, because probably the biggest mistake I see people do is they see they have a lot of money, and then instead of trying to correct they do try to correct their macro, but what they do is they kind of like just don't care about fully saturating their bases. Or I guess you see it more at lower levels of play where you aren't spending you're spending all your money, but then you only have like 40 SCVs, and it's like, well, you're spending your money, but you can't really call your macro good, you know?
Yeah. And how many SCVs do I have? I have like a good amount, like 2 to 5 more is like the optimal amount, right?
Of what?
SCVs.
67.
Okay.
Is the kind of like magic number. You should have 16 at your main, 16 at your natural, and then 16 here. What does that add up to? So like that's 16, 48, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 3. So 63, 60. I guess like you got a good amount of SCVs. I'm
And,
not
like-
going to go into fourth base economics because that's a different thing. But this is like a good amount.
Okay.
Pretty much. Just be a little bit wary. You know how you have only. Well, I guess you only have actually 15, not 14.
Mhm.
But having that one off can make a kind of a sizable difference, like a half minute to a minute of when your main is supposed to mine out and stuff like that. And
Oh, wow.
if you're reaching optimum mineral income, like it's not the biggest deal in the world. So, but I'm just letting you know.
It's just something that I can fix.
You don't even have to fix it, to be honest. It's just it's not even that. I would rather you try to fix something else. There are a lot of
Yeah.
bigger things than that.
I
It's
agree.
just-
That's like when I'm almost in GSL, then I could be fixing that.
Game resumed.
Let's actually go back to see when your money starts to pile up.
Okay.
Game paused.
You're doing the build wrong. You have to build your third command center before your barracks is.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I learned as I did it more, and like
Yeah.
Game resumed.
And like it just comes with practice. Like you'll start to see some parts slowly move in. Like sometimes you have to watch the VOD over and over again. Like you
Game
watch the VOD,
paused.
you play a couple games, and you're like, well, this isn't adding up. What's going on here? And then you have to watch the VOD again. It's like, oh, okay, he builds his third command center after his or
Mhm.
before his Raxes.
I watched that replay versus that you did versus the Easy AI. I watched that at least 30 times.
Nice.
It just to like get it in my head, because like learning a build like on paper it's fine and stuff, and then I like would input it into Salt and it would like tell me when to build shit, but like sometimes you just gotta see it done over and over.
Yeah, and it's like the only way to you're memorizing something. It's
Yeah.
like memorizing a report or memorizing a piano piece or just memorizing anything. It just takes practice and time.
Hmm.
Game resumed.
Okay, so like see how your macros, for the most part, your money's staying low. You've been hitting all your macro roughly correctly. You haven't been missing much. So what we're looking for is when your money starts to pile up. Like you should be making some widow mines right now. That's your gas is starting to pile up because you're not using that.
Hmm.
And then third and fourth medevac.
Game paused.
You got the armory, and then you should build the third and fourth medevac, so that's why your gas is starting to pile up even more. And then now you're just not macroing at all, and this is really where you start to fall behind.
Resumed.
Yeah, I'm not yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, and you were focused on microing your drop over here, and that happens to the best of us, where you just kind of get gridlocked, or not gridlocked,
Tunnel
Tunnel-
vision? Yeah.
and then that's already, so now you just have excess minerals that,
I can't spend.
yeah, so you're going to be floating money for a little while. You do the correct fix by adding your production buildings, the 6th, 7th, and 8th racks a little bit faster. That's probably the best way to get your money back on track. Let's see. Your upgrade timing is good though. That's good.
It's because I was floating so much gas, I was like, oh god, gotta spend because I wasn't building widow mines.
Game paused.
Okay, so see here, you're you're missing your second factory as well.
Yeah, that's what I've been like. I know you said the timing like before the third, 6, 7,
Should be at,
8
like,
barracks.
It should be around like 11 to 12 minutes, I guess. It's after your armory and your 2-2 start. You pretty much want to build your second factory and then your Raxes. I think what you did this game was you built them at the same time, the Raxes and the factory.
Okay.
Game resumed.
Basically, the drilling claws should line up to be complete around the time that 2-2 finishes.
Game resumed.
And how long is drilling
Game
claws compared
paused.
to take to upgrade? Like when 2-2's half done, if I start, it'll finish it.
I think it takes 190 seconds for 2-2 to finish, and then like 110 for drilling claws.
Okay. So just like
So I guess like 80 seconds. So about a little bit less than halfway.
right after I start 2-2, start my second factory.
Yeah,
That's a good
because
timing.
if you think about it, that's the next logic step where your gas is going to go, is to your second factory and drilling claws.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you take that fifth gas, you need the fifth gas for that and eventual Thor production. But this is a very gas light build, so you can kind of keep track of your money by spending your gas efficiently, and then your minerals will just kind of fall into place.
Because building marines is easier than like figuring out why your gas is floating and stuff.
It's because your gas is the limiting factor to your macro, not your minerals.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you keep your gas low, you should be able to keep your minerals low.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. All right. Awesome.
Game resumed.
Okay, but now your money's just kind of really high because you haven't been making widow mines. You should have like six widow mines right now.
Yeah.
That's a good amount of gas. Your second factory should have a Thor producing. That's another like 300, 200. Then the tech lab, and then drilling claw upgrade, and then all of a sudden you're back on track.
Yeah, just building the widow mines and then building one Thor, that would get all my gas down and all my minerals down. If I just produced widow mines throughout, spending 25 gas or 50 gas to build two at a time over and over and over.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Game resumed.
So that's how you see what I did there, though, to be able to identify where your macro is slipping. You just kind of, and I'll see if you can do it the next game. I'm sure your macro is gonna slip again.
Oh,
and
thanks.
and I'll make you'll be the host of that game.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So we'll watch it like X2 or X forward and then X2. Just kind of go through it, and then we'll identify the mistakes, and you'll be the host, and you'll be the one who's kind of making these corrections, and I'll be seeing if you can make the right ones yet.
Okay, cool.
Kind of like a little mini practice. Okay, and like right here, like we're completely ignoring this right here. Like what you're doing with your drops, it's not, we don't want to focus on that quite just yet.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get the macro and mechanics on track more than just microing drops. I agree. Because I already focused too much on micro over macro, so I need to get my money low.
Yeah, like if you were spending all your money right now, you probably would have just imagine having 1,500 extra Marines right now.
that would have ended the game.
So now it's just kind of. Do you press the A? You hold your A button down when you make Marines, right?
Depends on what time in the game.
Like when you're making 9, do you hold it down?
No. That's why I kept on making 6 at a time, because I'm like.
Yeah. You should definitely try to focus on holding it down, especially when you have like small amounts of minerals. Like let's say
you can use all of it.
Yeah, exactly. So you have like 400 minerals and you're not making any Marines, so you just hold it down at A. You don't even have to care how long you hold it down for, or like get it completely correct. You'll still be spending your money very effectively. Because like 450 minerals, you see that, they go straight into the Marines.
Mm-hmm. And less time spent on building them. Because I'm pretty sure I have the repeat timer on like the fastest.
Yeah, it should be the lowest or the fastest or whatever. Okay, so I like how your army's moving towards the fourth base.
Game plan, man. Game plan.
Exactly, and so you're already following through with it. I don't want to get into the very detailed. Like, it won't matter what you do before this, or like if all the mini drops necessarily because of it'll just be really hard to remember and to implement it all before everything else is in place. That's kind of like the finishing touch, the whipped cream on top of the cake or something like that.
Wait, what? Like, what it was?
Like if what your first 2 medevacs should be doing, what your second 2 medevacs should be doing, what your army should be doing. Like, you know how if you see Innovation play, he almost always is using his units. Like, it'll be like 10 minutes, his first 2 medevacs are out doing something. He gets his second 2 medevacs around the 12, like they're out by the 12-minute mark and ready to go. He immediately zooms them forward to another location, and he's using them immediately.
Yeah. Applying pressure, trying to make the other opponent mess up. Yeah. I have some trouble with that because then like my macro slips if I'm doing too many other things at once.
Yeah. Okay, so you pushed this forth and you were able to win the game. Great.
Yeah.
And everything else, I'm just trying to think. Like, as far as I see, your drops didn't really... I didn't really see a problem with where you were dropping at all. You were engaging, you were trading relatively well. It doesn't really matter where your drops are or where your army is, as long as you can take relatively decent trades, which you did.
As long as I'm following my game plan with those drops.
Yeah. So, let's go to the next game.
Alright. TVZ EJK number 2.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are versus the same guy, the guy that I played like 17 times in a row. Do you want me to host this one?
Custom games?
Yeah, I did a bunch of customs with him to refine the build.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, you stay host and start the game, and then just put on like X4 or something.
Okay. So we can like try to find a mistake to see if I float again, stuff like that.
We're not looking for really specific things. We're just kind of looking at the flow of your game plan right now. And like maybe it can go down to X2. When it gets later on.
With the thing where you scout the Overlord when you go to the natural to take the minerals, some Zergs send horizontal and not vertical.
Yeah, they do. They do. So those are the dumb Zergs. Like it's like you can't always rely on it because sometimes your opponent is stupid and just doesn't do it. So it's like a 75% to 80% chance though. It's like pretty consistent, but then you just get one of those games where the Zerg player just didn't send his Overlord there. Well, it's still not a big deal. You're still gonna scout anyways. You just scout him last. It just gives you the potential to scout him first.
And so how that works is they're gonna send the Overlord to the base where the natural is the closest to them. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then on this map especially, it would work almost every time if they follow that rule.
Yes.
Okay.
Game resumed.
Because that's the timing. If let's say he started here and he sent his first Overlord here, that's the timing that the Overlord would get there, that you can see it, and he doesn't have time to move back because he can see your buildings before you can see the Overlord, so he can technically move back. That's really annoying. Do you know if he has a third base or not right now?
No.
Okay, you have to figure out with your Reaper and first 2 Hellions, does he have a third base or not?
Okay. I think I might check now. So I check a little late, yeah.
It's too late right now, but like 6 minutes is the standard timing when you take a third base, if you're doing a certain build. Like I think last game his third base should have been around that time, but he was just kind of bad or late or whatever.
Yeah, he plays really weird.
Like this is not an optimal third base timing, and it's probably due to the fact that he's afraid of putting it down earlier, and so his solution to not, because like you can pressure the third base and kind of get a cancel on it if you put it down too fast because it's so far away. And so his suboptimal response is to delay it, which is not good. I mean, it works, it solves his problem, but it puts him behind more than he has to be.
Mm-hmm. So my supply depot production in this game wasn't that good, but over time I got better at finding the times for it. I didn't have enough Marines this game again. Actually, I had one Marine in the main here that I could have put in, so it was almost the optimal amount.
Yeah, I got closer. Oh, let's take a look at, go to like 7-ish minutes. Let's see if you were making Marines.
Okay.
When you started your stim. It could be just a random thing you do, or it could be... let's see if it's a consistent mistake, or if it's not.
I don't think
it's better if it's a consistent mistake.
Yeah, I'm not building Marines. I do now, but
oh, and then you're still doing the second and third racks.
Yeah. That's one of those things where I watched the VOD again and I was like, wait, he puts his third down before? And
yeah, but that's good at least, because seeing that mistake with the second and third barracks again just means that you're doing it, oh, but you just forgot the third's really late, but
yeah.
Seeing those mistakes means that you're doing it on purpose rather than doing it accidentally. Like, the eBays seemed a little bit more freestyle because they came before the third, so that just shows us where you haven't learned the build quite yet.
Yeah.
Additional supply depots. Additional supply depots.
So right here I was just trying to keep, kind of figuring out what he's doing. I didn't want to do damage with this drop as much as I wanted to know where he's at.
Ready for dust off.
Okay, and this is probably going to the third. Turrets up. You should get one turret around your production building so it doesn't snipe add-ons.
Okay.
Alright, that was...
Not
that was
good.
It's alright. You should try to abuse positioning, like, you fought over here in the open space, when if you backed up a little bit more behind the minerals, you would have gotten in a much better spot.
And I can, on the low ground there, by the ramp, I can hit the gas and two of the mineral patches.
That's for pushing, not for small harassment.
Oh, okay.
This right here... Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, he does it. I wasn't paying attention. I think I do lose this game, but I think the reason I picked this replay was because I almost brought it back. I followed the game plan and I just kept on only doing moves that applied to the game plan and pushing.
Okay, good. You're making your third base. That's good. It's like you've just accepted you're behind, but you're not out of the game yet. That was a... We might have to work on your engagement a little bit and other stuff, but I just want to focus on the game plan for now.
I was just trying to keep pressure so I couldn't let him drone his fourth. If he droned his fourth at all, it's a guaranteed loss if I don't punish it.
Were you waiting for 2-2 specifically in this game?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Right there, that was a really good engagement, and I was if I keep...
So pause the game here.
Game paused.
Go back to your... So, you recognize that you had to wait for 2-2 to finish? Because based on how he opens with the fast mutas, his upgrades are going to be late, so you're going to have a 2-2 timing, right?
Yeah, that's literally the thought process. I was like, I can do some pressure now, but after I lost that first engagement where I didn't have it, I was like, okay, I can't actually push on him until I have to.
Yeah, go back to that first engagement. I think it's 4 minutes ago-ish. 3 to 4.
Is this it here?
Resume. Game paused.
Yeah, that's right after it. Okay, I think it's a little after this.
Game paused. Game resumed.
Alright, so here. Pause.
Game paused.
Now, this kind of stood out to me because of where you fought. So, right now, you're essentially on even upgrades. His 1-1 should have finished. Like, his carapace is a little bit late, but for the most part, you should not have an upgrade advantage right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you do not want to fight. When you go on creep, you're instigating a fight from the Zerg player. You're forcing him to respond. When
Okay.
you're not on creep, it's up to, like, then you pretty much always take cost-efficient trades because of how much slower banelings get
Yeah.
and how much better detonations Widow Mines can get as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that in mind, what would you say is the biggest mistake / thing that you can change with this army in this fight? Like, this entire battle. What is probably the biggest thing? And it has to do with realigning to your game plan a bit stronger as well.
I would say that I would not actually move on to creep right now, but I would act like I am and then drop Widow Mines in his main or something. Just something to get him just as behind as I am. Just like not trying to instigate a fight because I don't have 2-2 yet. And maybe doing cute stuff like dropping a couple Marines on the high ground and keeping like 10 on the low ground so he has to engage off creep or go in with his mutas. Like something where I'm not as committed.
Yes, good. That's the right answer. Let me think. Is there anything else? Yeah, that's like the biggest thing. And if you didn't lose all of these units later on, then that battle you take off of creep later with your 2-2, your 2-2 timing becomes a lot stronger.
Also, I should have checked his fourth. Like,
Yeah, that too.
Like I could have just killed it easily now. He had.
Although his fourth is in a very weird location.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Usually take it there.
Yeah, well, usually they take their thirds there and their fourths there when I'm in the bottom right, and they're in the top left.
If the fourth was taken here, your game plan would have essentially been the same. To be honest, I don't even think you should worry about that. Just completely forget about it because a Zerg should technically take his third base over here and then his fourth base over here. So you should end up pushing over here regardless.
It just won't have as much creep.
Yes, and he still doesn't have that much creep either, which is great.
So like right here, I run straight onto creep, and I stim my back army too much, and then he runs.
Yeah, that big stim.
Like, I'm way too committed right now.
Yeah, 100% of your army's on creep there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're trading it. That was like your one advantage that you had this game that you just threw away.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the biggest thing in this game. Do you have any last comments on it?
No, I felt like this game relied on me taking good engagements, and I didn't really follow through with it. Like, I've seen insane games like Hart vs. Zijua, where like Hart took a good engagement every single time after he was way behind, and that's what won him that game because he never took a bad engagement.
Did you see Innovation versus Hyun?
On
Coda? Today?
Not today, no.
Might have been at class. Essentially, Innovation got really far behind. Then Hyun got overconfident and attacked and kept attacking, and he actually threw away too much of his army to the point where Innovation actually made a comeback and won.
Wow, I need to watch that to like look.
It was
at
a
what he
good
does.
comeback game, and it was based on the fact that Innovation, even though he was behind and he was most likely dead, he didn't miss a beat in his macro, and he still played. He still was trying, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And like right here, I'm still like even in supply, and I have my 3-3 on the way. So I'm like, if I just keep on pushing, keep him from
Technically,
droning.
don't even have to keep. Like, you're in a good spot right now. Just the fact that if you see, like, when you know his fourth base isn't saturated and you have a third base that's saturated, you know you're in a, like, pretty decent spot, and that you can wait longer for your 3-3 to finish, because he needs his 4th base saturation and his 4th gas to go to hive tech. Otherwise, without that on 3 bases, if you try to do that, it's just going to be too weak.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an important thing about scouting the base saturation, and not just the 4th base, but the 3rd base, the natural. Like if you see no drones at the natural or very few, you know it's going to be a 2-base all-in. If you see very few drones at the 3rd, generally means it's going to be a 3-base all-in, etc., etc. Just because it's how limited you are to your economy. Like, you know that the Zerg doesn't have his 3rd base economy up and running, so he's either invested in tech or he's going for an all-in instead of getting that economy up.
All right, awesome. And this game, like, I macroed better, but I think that first engagement that I took, and then what you just said, where if you have a saturated 3rd and they don't have a saturated 4th, then you're in a good then you're in an okay position. And the thing is, like, I'd kind of brought it back because he kept on building units, and I was building SCVs behind it because mules. So I could still produce at the same capacity, but I was still catching up in SCVs. And what is it at right now? I have all the SCVs I'm going to need right now, pretty much. I have 61 to his 66.
Yeah.
So if I just kept my army alive and didn't push, like, in the last push even, that first engagement, we can forget about that. And then if I'm just in the position I was like a minute ago, and I just didn't push in and take that bad engagement, then I would have won.
Yes, and I like how you say you can forget about that first engagement too, because you're not getting caught up on it, and it's good. Like, sometimes you just have to move on, accept your losses, accept that maybe the Zerg player you're playing against is a lot better than you and is able to get a lead like that, but you have to know what to do when you're behind as well.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you correctly identified it and everything.
And what you said about the 4th base to 3rd base thing, where if they don't have drones on the 4th and I have drones or SCVs on the 3rd, that's something that I didn't really know. Well, I knew, but I didn't really directly know it. So now I can see that in game and be like, okay, EJK told me this. Now probably a good idea is not to go all in, or not to take a bad engagement when I have 3-3 60% done and he doesn't have drones on his 4th.
Yeah, his hive is nowhere near ready.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question you have to be asking yourself when you take a bad engagement is did I really need to be fighting here? And is there a better place to fight in, a better position? And is there better timing that I could have been fighting? Like, if I fought half a minute later or half a minute earlier, would it have made much of a difference?
Half a minute later would have made a huge difference in this situation.
Yeah, in this situation. But in future situations that you don't know yet and you're looking through the replay, those are the kinds of questions that you want to be asking.
Mm-hmm. And depending on my upgrades and their upgrades and how many drones that I see.
And generally just what's going on in the game is going to affect your decision making.
Yeah, there's so many variables, so...
Yeah, so that's why... and that's kind of why, for the TVP, I told you specifically not to make Vikings, just to stay at Widow Mines for as long as possible, just to limit the variables. Vikings are, in situations, there are going to be times where you need Vikings, and you're most likely going to have to transition out, but that's kind of taking, 2 steps at a time when you can only take one kind of thing.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, let's go to the next game.
Alright, number 3.
Let's see how hands off I can get.
Alright, I'm host again?
Yeah.
Alright. Same guy, yeah.
You guys just decided to play on Iron Fortress only, too?
Well, that's the map that I learned the build on, so I figured...
Okay. That makes sense.
I've been doing it on Coda and stuff, but on Coda you don't mine as fast, so it's fucking annoying. Because there's only one closed patch on Coda. so everything is slower. And Iron Fortress is a good map overall, in my opinion. So another thing that I started doing over time is I sent the SCV to scout the Overlord, then mine, because I noticed you did that in your replay, so like little stuff like that.
Yeah, you would have seen it here.
If he wasn't stupid, yeah.
Well, he wasn't being stupid.
Yeah, this was that game that I asked you where we said we could do it in our other session. Okay, so he 14-14s. I send my Reaper in the wrong direction because I didn't scout because he sent his Overlord the other way, and my Reaper's across the map when he sends six lings into my natural. How do I deal with that?
Go back 10 seconds before the game ends. Like right now.
Oh, damn it. Okay. I need to slow down. Okay.
Game paused.
So, things to notice. His natural base is oh shit, I should have let you do that. I should have been like, okay, the game is paused, what do you notice right now? From both players.
We can go back a little bit to
No, this is fine. That's
okay.
Game resumed. Paused. Game resumed.
Alright,
Go to when his lings are at your base. Like, go to like 425 or something. Okay, like right now.
Game paused.
So, what do you notice going on in the game?
My Reaper's across the map. His lings are at my base, so he might not be able to deal with Reaper harass.
Okay, that's unit positioning. Now, what about builds? Like, what is getting his fast speed done to his hatchery?
It's delayed it a ton. If I canceled right now and started my natural in the main, I would still be in an okay position.
Yes. That's your answer.
Okay, and just try to do the build as close to accurate as possible with the late natural.
Yes. And it's not even going to be bad because your tech is still going to be decently ahead of his. He still has to saturate his natural. It's one base versus one base, and you have a mule. So you're not even in a bad spot still.
And then okay, that's awesome. Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, he didn't even have to GG.
Okay, see, that's just something like game knowledge. Like, what can he possibly have right now? You know, like, I didn't really look at it that way, seeing that I would like normally with the hatch first. The hatchery still goes down before the barracks, or before the command center for the Terran if they're going to Reaper expand. So it wouldn't even be that bad.
Yeah, those are the kind of things that you want to look for in a replay because you can't otherwise see that in the game itself. And that's what happens. Like, that's a kind of game where you simply cannot just be like, oh, I should have done this instead of, like, before you even look at the replay. Because how would you possibly even know that before you look at the replay and gain that additional information about how late his hatch was to make a correct decision about it?
Yeah,
besides just getting lucky.
Maybe like a couple months ago, I would have been like, all right, Iron Fortress from now on, I'm building on the high ground every game. And it's like, that puts me behind in 90% of games. Like,
yeah. And then like 1% of games that does happen, well, you can just cancel it and still be okay.
Yeah. All right, it's so hard to cancel that CC, you know.
It is.
But seeing the timing of his hatchery does help.
Why is this game so short as well?
Oh, I think he all ends me.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Whenever I do damage to him, he all ends, and whenever I don't do damage, he usually all ends. So, it was good for like crisis management, I guess.
It's good to be familiar with these like just have people do this to you, so you get familiarized with it, and it'll be in the back of your mind, even when even if it doesn't happen, so that the next time it happens, it'll be a lot easier to hold. Like I've lost one base Baneling bus so many times that I don't really lose to it anymore, even though I don't get practice. But it's just because I've lost with it so many freaking times that it's just kind of ingrained in my head of how to be able to defend it properly.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, is it before speed? It is before speed. Okay. So losing a Reaper, that's not too great.
Yeah, that's what lost me the game, I think.
Somewhat. However, it's not always guaranteed that you're going to be able to scout this. You should be able to, I think. But losing the Reaper... Oh, and then leaving your Hellions here. So, okay, pause the game.
Game paused.
The probably the most important thing you need to know right now is your opponent...
Does
your opponent have a third base or not? That's the #1 question you want to answer. And if your Reaper dies before you can find that out, well, you still want to get that question answered, so you have to send your Hellions out.
Also, I saw a gas with my Reaper, and he doesn't have Ling speed right now.
Your Reaper... Oh yeah, that would be a big tell. That he's mining gas, he doesn't have... Well, it could either be that or really fast layer, but really fast layer is, I think, too greedy, because your speed wouldn't be done in time for the push or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a pretty big tell with your Reaper. But we're just assuming for a second that somehow your Reaper might not be able to scout it. Let's say it's in an impossible to scout location, and so you can't rely on your Reaper to be able to scout it. So we're going to figure out how to defend it without actually seeing it coming. So right away, I feel like the roaches are going to get to your base right when you load the medevac up.
Yeah.
So these are having strong fundamental scouting timings to things that he can't possibly hide from you. Like, he can't hide a third base from you. I mean, you can try, but it's generally not something.
I mean.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean.
It's generally not something that you see. Like, and when I say that, there's specific games that I'm thinking about where people have tried to hide a third hatchery and do crazy stuff with it. And even then, it's not the end of the world not seeing the third hatchery. But right now, you just need scouting information. You can't just assume that he's going for speed. It could be a fast layer. It could be an all-in.
Mm-hmm.
And so to kind of eliminate different options of what he could be doing is by checking if he has a third or not. Because seeing that third will cancel out a lot of things happening. Like, seeing that third right now would cancel out the fact that he could be going roaches like this. It'll cancel out a lot of 2-base layer builds really fast, and it also cancels out 2-base Roach Bane and 2-base Baneling Bus, which hit really fast.
So one thing that I need to do every single game, no matter what, is check the third at like 6:20.
It should be 6 minutes, but Ling speed finishes around 6 minutes as well. So if you're like over here at 6:05 and you see no third, you'd be like, well, he either doesn't have a third, or his third is very late for whatever reason. Like, he could be bad, he could be just doing it later on purpose. So then you want to go and check his natural, because if he's only on 2 bases, do you see like a spine crawler? Do you see a bunch of queens? Do you see roaches? Or do you see, in this case, slow lings without speed, which either means he's going for a really fast layer and being super greedy, or he's going for roaches.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this kind of comes with experience.
If I see a bunch of queens, what does that mean?
Probably a nitis, roachnitis.
True. Yeah, that happened to me today. I got wrecked.
But I think the easiest way to figure these timings out is to watch pro gamers play and just copy their timings. Like, if you watch Innovation play, like the game versus Hydra, you'll notice that his Reaper just kind of sits at the third base and waits until if there's a drone coming or not. Like, he literally just sits there, and that it's very clear that that's what he wants to see, if there's a third base or not. And so just by stealing that kind of a timing from a pro player, even if you don't know, and that's why probably one of the most common given advice is to just copy a pro player, because they've done these things already, they've practiced them for you, and so they know why they know why they're scouting at these timings. You might not necessarily know why right away, but when something happens, then you have the tools necessary to defend it. So like right now, you don't have any tools, you don't have the scouting information necessary to be able to defend this. And you don't have the lack of scouting information as well, like lack of seeing something to know that either. Even if your Reaper didn't die, or I guess like, yeah, if your Reaper dies, then you have to send your Hellions to get that information, because that's how important the information is. So if you, like, the game would have been completely different if you scouted his third base, or if you scouted that there was no third base, then you poked into his natural and you saw slowlings. Then, if you know that in the game, and you see slowlings at this point, past the time that he should have speed, you know that it's either going to be a fast layer or roaches. And you can make an intelligent decision. Like, I would even run by my Hellions just into his main to see what he's doing, because slowlings aren't going to be able to defend against Hellion run-bys. That's one of the reasons why people don't go for slowlings. And so, like, if you saw the slowlings here, then I think you would have been in a much better position to read what's going on in the game and to be able to stop this push without actually seeing it.
And well, we can go to the push and then we can figure out. So let's say I did scout the slowlings, and maybe I see roaches coming out with the Hellions. What is my reaction?
Burrow the Widow Mines, go up into your main ramp.
Start a Marauder.
Yeah, and start a Marauder.
And then should I bring everything? Should I just evacuate my natural and build 2 depots in the main?
Yeah, most likely, because you're gonna lose the depots. And then the place you want to fight, the most effective place you want to fight, is like you're evacuating, so you don't have to fight there, but you want your Widow Mines there regardless. So your opponent just there's a timer on his rush. It looks like he's following up with fast speed as well, like a speedling all in. But the best possible spot to fight is your main ramp against these kinds of cheesy plays. And then you want to like just have your SCVs just choking that area and having your units dealing damage as well to get rid of his units. And so even though you're losing SCVs, you're losing them in the most cost-efficient way possible.
All right.
But that's not really an adjustment you can make. I'm just telling you this because it's from experience. But for you, that's not an adjustment you can actually make until you have the scouting information down, and then you probably need to lose the game. So like, let's say you had the scouting information down, you did whatever, like you tried to build a bunker and it didn't finish in time, and so you just died, his units got in, you try to fight at the natural, well, then that's where you have to ask yourself, well, you have to ask a bunch of questions that you don't know and figure the answer to that to know where to go from there. Like, was that the best possible spot that I could have fought in? Was there a timing I could have hit before or after? Like, so like, do I need to buy time, or is there something that I could have hit before his timing hit? And you have to kind of look in the replay at that.
Yeah, I feel like I have to lose against this a good 20 times to figure out how to defend it well, at least.
Not really 20 times, just like a couple times. It's how you gather the information from the replay, though. So it might actually take you 20 times to lose to this, to figure out, like, then something just kind of clicks in the replay when you're watching it. Or sometimes you just get lucky and you figure out the optimal response and everything just works out for you the first time. But that doesn't always happen, and sometimes it takes a little bit of work to figure out the right response.
Yeah.
There's something else I was gonna say. Fuck, I forgot.
Alright, do you want to see how I react to this?
Yeah, sure.
It's
Game resumed.
most likely horrible considering I'm putting down my third right now.
Oh, let's do a little exercise. Okay, so put on faster. Yep.
Game resumed.
You didn't cancel it.
Yeah.
Where's your drop? Okay, your drop is doing counter damage. I think you just lost all your Marines, though, unfortunately. Okay, so go back to right when he starts to attack you. Let's do a little exercise. Bit further.
Okay.
Okay, here.
Game
So,
paused.
let's say you were completely blindsided. What would be, like, seeing everything you see now, what would be the best response possible in the order that you would do it as well to be able to minimize the amount of damage taken with this push?
SCVs to main. Drop Widow Mines and his natural. Keep the Marines in and boost back. Hellions into the main. Cancel natural. Lift depots. Lift, and then see if I can bait out shots or make him spend time killing my natural before he goes to my main. Then lift before it starts burning. And start depots. That would be my reaction. Yeah, that's it.
All right, that wasn't bad. So compared to how you reacted in this game and how you think you could have reacted better now, you can, like, now next time that this happens to you, even if you do get blindsided by it, you have gone through the thought process of what you could have done better, so you won't be just kind of panicking. Which I'm sure you were doing here.
Oh yeah, I was shitting bricks right now. I was like, what the fuck? It's practice games. Don't cheese me.
Oh my god, I feel so bad because, like, I was practicing with my Zerg partner, one of my Zerg practice partners, and I just cheesed him.
He's probably like, all right, EJK, we're done.
Yeah. Whoops.
I was watching your stream the other day, and you 3 racks your or 2 racks your opponent. It just seems so easy sometimes. Like, I don't know, like 2 racks.
It's well, okay. The reason why, and I just 2-racks this guy twice in a row on ladder. The first time I did it, it was a relatively easy win. I saw how he reacted, and I knew that he did not know how to handle the 2-racks. So we played on Cactus Valley again. The first game was Cactus Valley as well. I 2-racks him again. And I knew his reaction was going to be suboptimal, so that's why I did it again. And he was like, how do I stop this? So I had to tell him, like, what the best options are to stop it. But I did that, like, the reason why it works so effectively, or it can work so effectively, especially at your level, is because people don't know how to react correctly to it. Like, you're not supposed to pull drones. Some people, like, lots of people try to pull drones and get the surround on the Marines. That's not what you're supposed to do. You have to build, and then, like, sometimes they try to build queens and then do a queen ling attack on the bunkers. And YOLO, that doesn't work either. Other times they just, and then, like, there's some people that if they know you're going 2 racks, they'll just completely overcommit. So, like, this one guy, he drone scouted me, he saw that I was going proxy 2 racks, and he cancels his hack and goes for a 1-base Baneling bust. Like, that's like way too big of an overreaction. He should have just gotten his hack tree at a normal timing, and then got his spawning pool just a little bit earlier before making a drone. So, like, hack tree at 14, spawning pool 13, and he would have been in a much better position and not make any queens, instead of going for the 1-base Baneling bust. And that's kind of what I was talking about to you the last time. about how you don't want to change up your play too much to a reaction. So like, in this game against this cheese, I didn't tell you to do anything drastic. Like I didn't tell you to make a Marauder at this time, or to like make Widow Mines, or to not do your attack, or like whatever. It was, you're still doing everything exactly the same, except you're just scouting a little bit better with the units that you already have. So that's essentially just positioning your units to see the right things at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing has changed about your build.
Yeah, and I can still defend it.
Yeah. And that's what you want to strive towards in all of your matchups, is to keep the same build, but be able to make small adjustments without changing the essence of it, I guess.
Okay.
I think that pretty much covers this game. I liked how you were, I liked how when you stopped the game for a second, like right now, you were able to think clearly of what better actions you could have done.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna probably be doing that a couple more times tonight. Can we take a little break? I have to use the bathroom.
Yeah, no worries.
Alright, I'll be back in like, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes.
Alright, see you in a bit. Alright. Things are going pretty well, I would say. Couple-minute break. Thanks for the host, Jumpin' Spider. I appreciate it, man. I'm not really going to be talking to the chat much verbally during the coaching, just because I want to get as much as I can out of it. And I watched this VOD over again to listen to what he has to say again. Because like some of the stuff it's not that I don't listen, but I forget, or like I'm typing to the chat and then I'm like, wait, what'd you say? So I'm trying to get as much as I can out of the coaching. That's why I'm not talking to the chat much. But it's going good so far. The first session was really good, and now I'm just giving him more replays using what he taught me in the first session so he can go more in depth about it and stuff. So, pretty good. And we used about 1/4 of the time that I have for today so far. And if we end up finishing and having time left over, we can just move that more time to another day. But I'm hoping that this is helping you guys, because that's always important. That's the reason I stream. So I'm hoping that it's helping you guys. Let's look at the post on Reddit. Oh look, it's 60% upvoted. I don't see why people would even downvote that. Like I'm paying for coaching from a KRGM Terran, and I'm willing to stream it and help other people out by recording it and uploading it and stuff. Then people downvote it. Like I don't like when you go to downvote, it says only use downvotes for content that adds nothing to discussion, not content you disagree with. Giving money to the StarCraft 2 scene, I disagree with that. I don't really care though. Whatever. If people don't want to see it, you guys are here to see it. So if other people don't want to see it, they can just look at their Widow Mine hits gifs and jack off to that. Yeah, I don't get butthurt over it because I'm gonna get GM and those people are gonna be sitting there. I'm stuck in gold. Help me! It's like, you little cunt. I fucking posted over $200 worth of coaching over the last like month and no upvotes, and you probably didn't see it because you're sitting there looking at your jacking off to your cat gifs and stuff. I can understand why people would downvote it when I post my stream every day. Like I do that when I stream, I post on Reddit. But I'm just as I do. The rule is you have to do six other posts or comments or something on the subreddit for every self-advertising post you do, which I more than do. I comment on like a ton of stuff, and post a ton of stuff. and most of my posts get a good, like everything that's not my stream, I get a lot of upvotes on. Like, let's look at submitted right now. Okay. 146 upvotes on the Hitman thing, 16 upvotes on the keyboard thing, 37 upvotes on the Nathanias Twitter link, 73 upvotes on the pig gif, 20 upvotes on the spawning tool thing, 62 upvotes on the pig vs. Todd's show match request. That's happening because I put that on Reddit. 47 upvotes on a Twitter link for Nanowa, 21 upvotes on a spawning tool thing, 48 upvotes on a post about Xenocider, 97 upvotes on a stupid video I did, 139 upvotes on a Reaper GIF, like literally like a Reaper GIF where I got lucky and Reapers got away. I get 139 upvotes, and then I get downvoted on stuff where I actually spend money to give back and learn and help others, even though I'm doing this for myself. Yeah, dude. You show them the rules then take a picture of the rules, show them, and be like, am I following the rules? Be passive aggressive about it. Don't be. I get a lot of flack there. Yeah, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. Show them the rules. They're gonna be dicks about it. Like, even when you prove them they're wrong, they're gonna be dicks about it. That's just how it happens. Like the other day, I did the funniest fucking thing. Inbox. Okay. So context. So the other day I posted the stream, and this guy goes, "Every day you post this, still no viewers. Get the message." And I said, "Thanks. I actually do get viewers, but I appreciate the constructive feedback." And then some guy goes, "Way to keep it classy, man. Good luck." And I think he followed me. So like, don't give a shit about them. And then All Things Terran, like, I feel like the All Things X subreddits, Protoss, Zerg, and Terran, are more productive than any of the other ones, but some people still don't know what they're talking about sometimes. So, whereas your Terran coaching, you're getting none. EJK is going to be back in a couple of minutes. But yeah, Reddit is basically like a bunch of retards at times. It can be a really good discussion place, but then other posts, it's like literally retards. Yeah, but like if you're doing things correctly and you know you are, don't give a shit about what other people say. Like, just if he tells you to stop posting your stream, take a picture of the rules, show them to him, and say, am I breaking these rules? Am I, like, in what way am I breaking these rules? And if he can't produce something, he's gonna still make an excuse and say, oh, I'll ban you from the subreddit. But then you can bring up a bunch of shit and make drama, and the StarCraft scene loves drama, and then that guy gets unmodded on the subreddit. So, like, don't give a shit what they say. Oh, they have a stupid title. Oh, I'm mod of this subreddit. Or, ooh, I'm a professor of this class. Like, just in general, don't take shit from people. If they're wrong, be passive aggressively in their fucking face. Yeah, that's my view on it. Having a great conversation right now. And only one. I'm not gonna say that because I want people to notice it on their own. But only one person has noticed something over the last couple weeks, which is pretty funny. You would hope that there's a silent majority of non-assholes in the world. Yeah, I would hope that too, because the assholes are the ones that speak up more, I would think. They're the ones that actually say shit and are mean to people. Then the non-assholes, they may not stick up for you, but they're not going to say bad shit about you. So I agree that there's probably a majority of non-assholes. And I mean, like, I would say that most assholes are on the internet, in my opinion. So we're in the most polluted area, so we have to deal with that shit. I got myself a Dr. Pepper. They didn't have they didn't have regular, so I had to get diet. And then I got a Monster for later tonight when I'm hashtag passion streaming. Not passion stone, passion streaming. There's a difference because I have so much passion for StarCraft that I'll be streaming all night, right? Although I would have liked Red Bull better. I really love Red Bull. I love Red Bull Battlegrounds. It tastes better. It's a good company. Has a bull. It's red. It tastes better than Monster. So I would have gotten Red Bull, but they don't have it at FSU. Like you can't find Red Bull anywhere. It's like non-existent. You have to go to like Publix, and I'm not going off campus for shit. I literally order Jimmy John's, get Subway, or get Einstein's on campus for every meal. Hey man.
Did you see they actually released the replay pack?
Yes! Awesome. Sweet.
Pretty happy about that.
Dude, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we should definitely take a look at Hydra versus Innovation later today.
I agree. And we can get the replay, or we can get the build order literally like right when you upload it too. To Spawning Tool.
You can upload it. I'm just
yeah.
how I do it.
But like for me, like I was saying, like in general, like we can get the replay or the build order right away. Awesome. I'm gonna download this right now.
Yeah, no problem. And then host the next game when you're ready for TVZ.
All right. Thanks for the follow, Frost Husky. Where is can you link me the replay pack?
Oh, sure.
I can't. Is it on new? Maybe.
It's on front page already, but I saw it on Team Liquid.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, I need to do Team Liquid more than I do Reddit, because Reddit is so bad at times. Okay, awesome. Sweet. I'll upload the game later. All right. Where were we? Did we watch this one?
We just watched. We got Roche Holland.
Okay. Well, then this is the next one.
All right. Some macro game.
Maybe. I'm not sure with this guy. Like some of my other practice partners. Oh my god! What the?
Okay, let's see what happens though. I mean, even if it's a short game, there are still things to be learned.
Yeah. He might Ling Flood me, maybe. I'm not sure.
No, that wouldn't happen because you wouldn't be able to do that. Oh, to one base Baneling bust.
Oh god.
Did you see me? Did you see that game that I played where I was able to defend against this on stream?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
I like barely got the CC down right before he went through.
I didn't think that was actually a full wall off. I thought they could squeeze through it first, but I was wrong. But yeah, right. You were like, no. Oh my god! Like you barely got it down.
Okay, so. Oh, did you just GG? Oh, it's because he has speed. Okay.
Yeah.
You weren't able to scout him either.
No, yeah.
So okay, so this is a little problem. So you're trying to save the CC.
Mm-hmm.
Your Reaper's out of position again.
Yes.
Oh, he's getting Burrow as well. Interesting.
He's not even going Baneling Nest. He's.
So okay. Anyways, essentially there are different. This is a different build. So let's go back to when the Lings actually got to your command center. Because depending on how he opens, like he can go for a 15 pool and try to do a bunch of Lings, or like a 14 pool, but then your Reaper has enough time to come back and you can actually save your hatchery. But I think he went for like a 13 pool or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so his Lings are already here. You see them coming out on the map. It's like,
okay.
There's not really a reliable way to scout this if you don't scout him first. First of all.
I think something I could have done was pull back my Reaper right away. I micro my Reaper against these Lings on the other side of the map, and I should have pulled them back to my base right away. When these Lings kill the SCV on the natural, I think I should have pulled like 3 more SCVs and just tried to finish it because it was so close already. And if that Reaper was back across the map, it would have outrun those other Lings, and I could have distracted them. Because, like, look how close it is to finishing. If I pulled those 3 SCVs right away, I think I could have done it.
That's really tough, because he has speed out. So, alright. Some things to consider here. It's definitely, like, you're getting in the right direction. Now you have to consider what else he does. So, you were saying, like, if you kind of micro the Reaper back against those initial Lings that were coming across the map, well, what happens if he makes even more Lings? To the point where your Reaper can no longer micro.
Well, no, I was saying pull the Reaper back to my natural, just like move command it back to my natural.
Oh, okay.
Right when I saw the Lings, so I could get back and distract the Lings right before they had speed.
So you're still trying to save the command center, essentially.
Yes, I'm trying so hard.
Well, okay, so let's go back to let's go towards the when he builds his pool, or like when his pool finishes. So let's take a look at the Zerg player's build. What we're going to be looking for here is his efficiency, and if he could have done things a little bit better. Because if he could have, then it would have been even harder, if not impossible, for you to keep your command center. So we have right now we're trying to justify if keeping the command center alive is the best option here.
Or if right when I see the Lings canceling it would be the best option.
Yes. Go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Alright, good. So go on faster right now. Now, the first thing to note is that he keeps guys in gas. So he has a lot of extra resources instead of... Like, he could have very well just done a Ling Flood and just stopped at 100 gas and literally just make Lings to cancel your command center. That is a thing.
And it would have been done, yeah.
So the first thing to recognize is that if he wasn't mining the gas, he would have been able to make these extra Lings a little bit faster.
He also didn't walk his Lings straight to my base. So somebody who would walk their Lings straight to my base would have gotten there faster too.
Oh my god, yeah, this is a huge misclick.
Well, I think he was trying to dodge the Reaper.
Nope, I think that was just a mistake.
Yeah, so...
Either way, he could have gotten here a lot faster. Like, let's say like 3 to 5 seconds faster.
Yeah.
In which case...
Cancel.
Yes. So, when you see Lings at this time, when your command center isn't almost done, and it's like this heavy aggression, you know you have to cancel it. And you know, like, even no matter how good your micro is and how bad his is, he's gonna get the cancel regardless, so it's not even worth trying to save it.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference, I guess, is that if he goes for a... And you scouted the extra Lings coming across the map as well. But sometimes Zerg players will just make an initial, like, 6 Zerglings and try to cancel. Like, on a 2-player map, they'll kind of go past the Reaper position and then wait till your Reaper shows up and then go across. But then that's when you can save your command center. But that's a pool first with no gas.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really get done much anymore.
I think it's Snoot was the one who started that kind of
probably
thing.
I think it was a foreigner. Yeah. But until that happens, just completely disregard it and pretend it doesn't exist, because that's just seeing ghosts, trying to figure out how to stop it before it even happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, in this replay, we learned that you could not hold the command center. So you should have just canceled it and built it on high ground. For your follow-up, you still get the 4 Marines, the 2 Widow Mines. Like, you can still afford that on 1 base. And then just slowly take your expansion. And then now your timings will be a little bit off. But, hold on. There might be a day 9 thingy.
His timings are off too, though.
Yes. Let me see. This might help too, though. Where is it? Relative timings. Okay, so look at build orders. Okay, so the idea behind relative timing is fairly simple. Relative timing is the idea making the unit or building or upgrade based on the progress of some other unit or building or upgrade, not using the food in the top right corner. Let's see if it applies to to the point that I'm trying to make, though. Ah, yes. So he talks about getting thrown off your build order. Okay, and this is exactly what happened. So this is definitely useful. Honestly, they're all useful.
Yeah, one of
If
the
you
guys,
find the time, you should read them all, or at least listen to them or something.
one of the guys in the chat was said, "I love how Day 9 stuff is still relevant today." That guy
Yeah.
just understood the game so much.
Yeah, a lot of respect to him.
Yeah, I'll probably end up reading all of these in the next like couple months.
Alright, so... Well, then I won't explain about the relative timings of how to keep your build order in check. That'll give you a better idea of how to do it. Okay then. Let's move on to the next game.
But why did you GG? I GG in all games.
Let's see what other kind of cheese this guy does to you.
Oh, why did I GG in general? Oh, this is a 17-minute game. This is a macro. Wow. I GG'd because this guy had cheesed me 4 games in a row in customs, and I assumed I would have been too far behind. We're doing TVZ and some TVP and like 2 TVT replays today, but mostly TVZ. All right, this is I won like every macro game I think versus him.
I think we might not even need to get to TVT because the way that I'm helping you with the replay. But I think the things that you're learning with how to analyze a replay, you might even just be able to analyze it yourself. Like, are you feeling that kind of comfortability yet?
Yeah, like kind of. I think I still need like a guiding hand until like
Yeah, but I think like by the end of today, you might feel a lot more comfortable compared to where you are right now, obviously.
Oh yeah, definitely. Versus him, I lose the Reaper so much. I wonder if I do this one. It's just because I wasn't comfortable with the build yet. I was like not focusing on the Reaper.
It's just one Reaper too, so you really can't get any damage done. It's just there to scout and zoom around and just do some minor paint damage to things.
Yeah. Well, so getting a drone kill and not getting keeping it for scouting later is just bad.
Yeah,
right?
like probably the best thing to do is just to circle around, see the gas, then just sit as third base and wait.
Okay.
He's getting a roach one with speed. Okay. At least he's doing a lot of different builds.
Yeah, he didn't. Well, that's good for me, but not good for his improvement.
Yeah. Like he's going left and right a lot, but you're going just up.
Yeah.
Alright, so you're doing this. Do you get the Spore Crawler because you've been doing this every game?
Yeah.
Or...
He was playing completely like he knew what was gonna happen every game.
Alright, that's kind of good when you...
Yeah.
Okay, pause.
That's why
When you get your opponent to do that kind of stuff, like make a Spore Crawler just to stop your build, that's you're forcing him to do an inefficient response to what you're doing. And so, all things done correctly, you are pulling a little bit farther ahead, even if your harass does no damage. In fact, if you see the Spore Crawler there, I think you should just not even sack your your medevac. Like, I think I saw Innovation do it against Curious, was what he did with his medevac. If there was an opening, then he would do damage. If there was no opening, then he would just float around and kill overlords. Like, you killed that overlord.
I saw that. I was like, in the game you linked me, he just didn't drop with it. It was really weird. Um,
And that's something I'm still struggling with, like understanding when to drop and when to not drop. I think the way you figure it out is you try something for a bunch of games, kind of like a scientist proving or like just testing out scientific methods. So you drop a lot, you do this drop consistently, and you just keep stacking it, okay? And you're getting some damage done.
hmm
But then it gets to the point where after a while, this is kind of like how much damage you start to get every game, and then you can now ask yourself if the medevac was still alive. So like if we go back to before you lose all the stuff in your medevac,
Okay.
I believe it'd be at 720.
Yeah.
Resume. Game paused.
Wait, is it? Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah. So
Resumed.
So I could have killed.
Game paused.
well, keep going to the natural. Because what if he doesn't have defense as natural?
Yeah.
Okay, right now.
So I see
Games
this.
paused.
Or wait.
Game
there.
resumed. Paused.
So this is what I see. I see a spore. I see the queen ready.
He's only on 2 bases too, so there's a good chance that his units, like 99% of the time, you can't really find holes in your opponent if your opponent is only covering 2 bases.
And I scouted the third and saw that he only had 2 bases.
Yes. So, just the fact that you see the spore and the queen should be enough of a deterrent to not drop, I guess. So if you didn't, so like you dropped this time, you did a little bit of damage. If you didn't drop, what would you be able to do?
I would be able to kill the overlord I saw here, possibly kill the overlord I saw here, not sure. Deny his vision on the map here, kill the overlord here. I don't think I would have seen this right here, maybe. But I could have had a lot of map presence and been able to see, like, if he was going for roaches. Like, I haven't seen his roach warren yet. I think I see it with the Hellions too. But I could have had these units to defend against a push. I could have gotten hundreds of minerals worth of damage done, denied his scouting, and had a constant threat of widow mines in his mineral line.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, is that better than the damage that you got against this defense?
In this particular game, I'm not sure, but in general, I think if he's perfectly ready for it, it's better to just get the free damage done.
Yeah. But
So-
if he's not ready for it, I think it's still going to take some testing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you should see it and see how much more damage you can do.
Yeah.
But so now you have a reaction where with the medevac, if you see defense there where you're dropping, just go for free. Don't commit to it and go for free damage and keep the threat of the drop in the air.
Yeah, and I mean, he already committed a spore, so it's already like I got like a drone and a half free anyway.
Yeah.
And then if I can kill 2 overlords, that's 4 drones worth of damage.
And 2 larvae.
And yeah, and 2 larvae.
Yeah, so that's like a good amount of damage already.
Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah,
So-
that's smart. I saw that he didn't drop for Curious, and he just like, and Curious had the third and stuff, so he would like drop at the third, bury the Widow Mine at the third, get some free kills, pick up everything, go to the main, boost away, go to the third again, and not really commit his medevac to really anything. But he kept on getting small amounts of damage and making Curious react to it.
Yeah. I guess this is just something where you can only learn it by playing a ton of games, and you've already been doing this a lot lately. And this is kind of just a response. Like, you just kind of start to notice it, like, my Widow Mine drop's doing okay. And it's not a game ender by any means. It's not, like, killing the 2 overlords isn't going to put you in a dominant position. Not killing them isn't going to do that either. It's just a really small thing that, I guess, you have to look for when you're at the very top to just squeeze out that extra damage. Because like it makes a much bigger difference at the very top than it does at your level.
Alright, awesome. And let's see what damage I do get done here.
Huh.
Game paused.
I mean,
10 workers. I mean, it's all right.
however, if he reacted better,
I would have
he
gotten
would have
nothing.
lost 2,
Yeah.
and then he already has the detection there.
Or
So you-
if he's Hydra, he's gonna lose none. Wasn't that Innovation versus Hydra, where
Yeah,
he
and
made
then- and
made
then
the spore
And then he, for some reason, just completely forgot about the one in his main base
and then lost like
8 drones.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
ridiculous. But yeah, he could have reacted better because he had the detection ready and everything. So it would have been best to just pick off overlords and stay active on the map and have that threat.
Now you're building the 3rd before the barracks is too, I think.
Yeah, that was an adaptation that I made.
But you lost the Hellions.
Yeah, just bad micro on my part.
Yeah, that's alright, though. Okay, so he's going for Roach speed as well. You saw the Roach Warren. I'm not sure if you've identified if it's Roaches yet, though, because he doesn't have any Roaches out on the map. Oh, it's Roach Hydra, okay. Well, this is very ineffective how he's doing it. He's teching way too fast, and he's skimping on army too much. So, in this case, let's see what your next set of damage ends up doing.
So my medevacs are like, I keep on having trouble like on the reactor timing of the starport to get the medevacs.
It should come right after your gas is spent for the upgrades. It's hard for me to tell exactly. I just know that my next 50 gas after this is when I start my starport. I think, or my reactor. I think it's around like 8:20 or 8:30 though.
Well,
It takes 50 seconds to build, 42 seconds to build a medevac. So if the medevac is out by 10 minutes, minus 1.5 minutes, so 8:30, 8:25, 8:20-ish. Okay, so here you know it's Hydra.
Yes.
You've seen the Hydralisks, and okay, so you're making tanks. 3 barracks. I don't know if you forgot to add the 2nd factory, or you're doing it on purpose, though.
I forgot.
Okay.
That's something I forgot a lot. I need to remember that timing. Right after 2-2 factory. Then I didn't build Widow Mine, so I was floating gas again this game, and everything started going crazy.
I think you just weren't building units, or it's your medevacs. You have 8 medevacs. I think it's just your 2nd factory, and just not completely constant production. Siege tanks are pretty expensive in gas. Alright, so, okay. Ooh.
Right here, I was like, okay, I have 2-2, I can just win now, except I don't commit to this right here.
That's a good move.
Versus Roach Hydra, I had a really bad problem of like, parade pushing, and then like not getting enough units for the burst of units they get every inject.
Yeah. Basically, it's best to attack into Roach Hydra when you're like as close to max as possible. That's when you can take the best possible engagements. You don't want to attack before, because then he just kind of bursts you down. Oh, okay. You win this game though.
Yes.
So you follow the game plan, and I like that. That just means like like when you're not auto building a 4th command center at like your regular base or over here and floating it over, and you're just building it there. That means you're on point with your game plan.
Yeah, I knew that I was ahead because I saw that he had 1-0 when my 2-2 finished, and I'm like, okay, I'm so far ahead that if I lose this game, it's not going to be because I put down my 4th too early. And I put it on there because like he had to use every single unit to defend his bases, and there's no way that he could have gotten a counterattack in, like, with the amount of units that I was pushing with. That was my reasoning.
I noticed you took a 2nd gas. Your 6th gas. Is there any reason why? You only have 1 guy on it, so it never really was effective.
Tanks, but I didn't have a 2nd factory producing tanks, so it kind of was irrelevant. And I was building more Marauders, than usual. Usually versus Roach Hydra, I switch one of my main reactors to a tech lab. Is that good or bad?
Yeah, you should ideally have like 5 Marauder production and 6 Marine production.
Okay, so I usually do the correct thing. I didn't do it this game, but that's why I take a 6th gas, because if I'm producing 2 tanks at a time and 5 Marauders at a time, and get teching up upgrade-wise over time, then I think you need the 6 gas, don't you?
Okay, yeah. Alright, so I don't think there's really much to go over this game.
I think I played relatively okay, but the dropping, the deciding when to drop and when to decide that not to, that's a really good thing.
How about, let's do an exercise here. Let's go back to that first push. I want to take a look at something. Might be a good moment to learn.
The drop or the push?
The push. The first push like a couple minutes ago right before you rallied and win.
When I'm moving my third over?
Go back like 3 minutes.
Okay. So like right here?
Game paused.
Go
Game resumed.
X2 until I say pause. Alright, here.
Game paused.
Okay, he's attacking you, not the other way around. And your 2-2's about to finish, too.
Yeah, I was delaying.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, right here, I didn't want to fight, but I just like was gonna clear some creep and run, but then he decided to go balls deep.
And then it didn't even work out for him either.
Yeah, no, he lost too much.
Okay, never mind then.
Because I think my 2-2's finishing like really soon. No, he attacks right before my 2-2 finishes, so like if he attacked any later, he would have just gotten destroyed. So this was like the best engagement I think he could have taken.
Yeah, and it still didn't work out for him.
Yeah.
That's just because his build was really bad, and you didn't really change much from your build to counter his.
Mm-hmm.
Like his build was, it's getting the Hydra Den that early. You just cannot afford that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why. So just doing that puts you behind already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's about it for this replay.
Yeah. I hope not all of your games are just against this guy.
Not all of them, but a pretty good amount. No. Yeah, okay, they're gonna stop being against... Yeah, I only have one game that's not against him. Because every game on ladder, it was Ling Flood, Roach all in, Ling Flood, Roach all in. Like, I couldn't do the build. I couldn't get a macro game with the build. It was so frustrating.
Well, why don't we take a look at one of those? Because sometimes you can't get the macro going, and so you have to adapt to what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Here's an idea. This replay's against the same guy, but I had a different drop play. Like, I used the drop differently because he was prepared for it. So I just want to look at one point in this replay.
Okay.
It was kind of like a Maru type thing. I don't know. Like, I see Maru do this a lot, like cheeky things. So I thought that maybe this, if executed well, if I see that he has a spine at his front, if this is like a good idea. Because I feel like I got cost-efficient trades out of it. I just wasn't like macroing well behind it, and then I think I took a bad engagement in the end, and I lost my Hellions or something. But the idea of this... So that game I didn't even go for damage with my Reaper, I just scouted.
Uh-huh.
And then I lose it.
And he's getting his hatchery on time, though. So I guess this is his quote-unquote standard play.
Yeah. Alright, so this is the idea that I had. I don't even drop here. But I do this.
Well...
And then I do this. I don't do this well. I should have...
Well, okay, the only reason this works is because this guy has no creep spread.
Okay.
Imagine if you had just one tumor over here.
Mm-hmm.
Then would you still be able to abuse this ramp over here? Or that ledge?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. And don't even ask me why this guy has just 2 queens.
Yeah, true.
like I don't even think there's a build where you stay on 2 queens.
Okay.
So, just my answer is just no. It probably won't work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can try it, but most likely it won't work.
Yeah. Just don't commit to it because it probably won't.
Yeah.
But if I can't get damage in the main, like doing little stuff like that just to get a couple kills, as long as I'm not.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice, cute stuff.
But not something that'll probably work a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's everything.
Game
Oh, this
paused.
game, yeah.
Game
No,
paused.
he just link floods and I lose. Because I lift my third right when his link flood hits. So. Okay, this is a game versus another guy. I called it Crisis Management. So this is a game versus a Roach All In, or I don't know if it's a Roach All In, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't really analyze the replay that much. I just said, okay, I did a pretty good reaction, I think. Nice save on the mine. Yeah, keep every unit alive. But yeah, this game I think I do the build and adapt to a roach pressure pretty well.
Okay.
And he gets a little mad.
A CD scout? Nice. I thought for a second you might have gotten it.
No, this was before I started sending it to scout before I mined. But I started sending it to scout then mine, because then you don't have to rally it back to your CC at all, because it automatically does that.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy mode.
Yeah.
And then I don't even touch it, because then it just goes back to that same mineral.
Exactly. No, I figured that out. Like over time, like little things like that, I started to notice, and I was like, oh, that's why he does that.
Yeah. Okay, so
I saw an early speed, or yeah, kind of.
I didn't see the third, unfortunately. That's a decent. Okay, good positioning. You should have fought at a depot, not the ramp, because the depot's a lot lower. Oh. Well, you're going for the drop anyways. What does this guy have? Nothing.
So my micro in the end with that's bad right there, but that's just because I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so stuff has been done, and now you have to rely on how well you know the build, essentially. Huh.
Yeah, he's given us some quick tips.
Oh, these widow ones, what the hell?
Yeah, no, he's not been liking those. But I felt like I did okay crisis management, considering he only killed 4 SCVs and I killed 18 drones.
It was alright. Like you said, the micro could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, I should have fought in the choke in the supply depot and getting those Hellions like on move command where they just died when they could have lived. And then I think my reaction after though, like getting my production on track, was all right.
Yeah, it looks decent so far. You aren't adding extra production buildings or anything extra that you normally wouldn't add.
And
and I don't mind you moving out with your medevacs either, so then you're able to see this as well.
Mm-hmm. I sniped as many banelings as I could.
Yeah, that's good.
Medevacs are really good lifting.
Okay, but he has overlords at the creeping up. That's a bit of a problem.
I don't notice this for a second. I think I deal with it in a second.
It's a little bit minor though. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's just an annoyance.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does he have upgrades? He does not. Okay. Do you know he didn't have upgrades?
I'm not sure. I don't remember this game fully yet.
Okay.
Well, I remember it, but I don't remember thinking, oh, he doesn't have upgrades. I think I do, though, because I remember thinking, oh, I have 2-2, he has 0-0, or something.
Well, I was just wondering if you were able to check when you had 1-1 and he had 0-0.
I think I might have noticed. I usually do that kind of stuff.
If you don't remember off the top of your head, you most likely didn't.
Yeah, I was probably just pushing to push. But
Yeah.
the only reason I pushed right here was to distract him from here.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine to do. You got a bunch of medevacs. You haven't seen any Beetleists either.
So that's the only reason. Like, that would have been useless to do if I wasn't already dropping it as third.
Oh, for sure, for sure. The third was a good drop as well. It's doing a lot of damage too. Your money though.
Yeah, I didn't have my infrastructure on time, and my production from my factory, my infrastructure is done. I'm just not using it. I'm not using it there. Oops, I'm going too slow.
It seems like the biggest problem I've been seeing is for you is that you're not spending your money as efficiently as possible. And by that, I mean you're just floating a crap ton of money.
Yeah.
So let's do an exercise to help with that. Okay, so go back to like when your third base is about to land, I guess. When your money starts to pile up. Because we got to get to the root of the problem.
Game paused. Game resumed.
Alright, so do you remember how I kind of quote-unquote helped fix your macro problem from the game before?
You figured out what caused it, like where it started.
Yes, and then why you weren't making units.
Game resumed.
Okay.
So
right now my money's still low. My gas is a little high, but that's not too bad, I guess, because I think I added my natural gas too soon, and I'm not mining from my third, so I'm not getting the minerals to spend to balance it out. I think I overbuilt supply depots a little bit, but
you're doing that thing again, where you're only making 4 Marines at a time. You've done that a couple times in a row now.
Yeah, I'm only building 2 now also. Now I'm building 7.
Okay, so pause now.
Game paused.
So that's a area where your macro was lacking essentially. So if you go back to that like minute or so where it started, and then just look at your view and what your attention is going towards, I want you to just do that and run it through and just notice like what you're focused on, and just have the production tab on so that when you can see the production tab, so you can see what your units are making and what you're doing instead of making those.
Okay.
Game resumed. Upgrade complete.
So I'm doing something like almost completely useless right now, instead of, like, I had time to do it right there.
Yeah.
I even clicked it a couple times. You can see I produced 5 or whatever, or 4, and a Marauder. So I could have just held it down for just as long and gotten all 9. So I think I'm scared to hold down the key, because I don't want to start building too many, but I didn't have that much money at that point anyway, so it would have been fine to hold it down.
Yeah, if you held the key down now, you would have had full production, and it wouldn't have been bad macro by any means. I think you just held it down now.
Yes.
Or, no, you went up to 7, so, well, maybe.
8 and a Marauder.
Yeah. You're building the Marauder too fast, though.
Yeah, I noticed that. I think it was because, I don't know why I did, just not thinking.
And then, look at your macro again.
Oh yeah, that's bad. I could have zeroed out my money right now.
Just like whenever you don't have full production, you should be paying attention to what you're doing and what you are doing instead of.
Yeah, I haven't built anything in like a good 40 seconds. Like,
yes.
That's huge.
Yeah. Now, what are you doing instead, though?
I'm microing.
Yeah. So, I guess some tips, I guess, or what would you have suggestion-wise to fix this problem?
Just flip between my barracks and my army while I'm looking at my army.
Yeah.
Just tap, like, I think it's called tapping. I think that's what Day 9 calls it.
Do you... well, like, yeah. Well, so, like, you're microing now, you're centered on your units, you just press your 4 button so that you see your barracks and see what's making. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, press 4, hold down A.
Yeah.
Except right now, since I have so much money, I'd hold it down for, like, not until I zero out, but...
Cool.
But yeah, I just need to tap back and forth more, and I lost the units from this drop when I was sitting there clearing creep, so it's not like I'm losing units because I'm macroing. I would have lost those units anyway, and I had time to build units, so I just need to manage my time better.
Not necessarily time, your attention.
Yeah, like, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting there looking at my army for a good 10 seconds, not doing anything else.
Yep. Cool.
And my SCV production, too. I need to work on that while I'm... And I think that's basically everything I wanted to look at in this game. I do this mine drop because I just dropped his third, and I got kills. So I guess I kind of do it. I didn't send it all the way. I thought I do send it. Yeah, there it goes. But I wanted to distract him more and just get more damage done. But it didn't really do much, but if I had just attacked his third at the same time, I could have killed him because he sent his entire army.
Yeah, don't try to do like triple harass. Just focus on having one drop out on the map and then moving around with your main army, and then keeping your macro up.
Yeah.
No need to get any fancier than that.
Mhm.
And I don't know why, but you're still not checking your factory at all. I don't think you've made any widow mines in the past.
Well, I'm
5 minutes.
supply blocked on them right now.
Well, I haven't seen you make any actual widow mines. Like if you go back to about 14 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't. My macro this game was slipping, I think. It was.
Well, like, compared to your bio, it doesn't seem to be a macro problem. It just seems to be a different kind of problem. Like you're just not focused on making widow mines, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not part of your production cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. Let me think.
But I put my fourth down during that, so I was still kind of applying. I'm still playing to the game plan, I would say.
You are.
That last attack wasn't really to the game plan, but I think I was just like, I've won this game. Like I just wanted to finish it off, but like that's kind of a bad mindset, I guess. I saw this dude Ketrock, weirdo. I beat Ketrock on stream the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, he played me once under a barcode and caught me off guard and won. And then the second game in TVT, I went CC first and just killed him. I beat him with Mass Ravens, which was probably not good. But like I still hadn't decided what build I want to do in TVT, so I was just winging it. But I went CC first, into Gas first, into no Marines because I knew he played greedy, into Hellions and got like 15 SCV kills. Then went into Mass Raven and killed him.
Okay.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
Here's another game versus NYK, but this is one where I defend the roaches well, in my opinion. And this is the last TVZ replay I have.
All right. So put on like X4 until the important stuff starts happening.
Yeah.
So it's good that you're able to start identifying your problems for yourself at least.
And like I faced the roach thing once, so and this was the next day. I got a good night's sleep.
Okay. That always helps with your performance a little bit.
Yeah, this was my first game of the day, I think. And usually I play horrible in my first game, but like after playing so much the day before and getting like I sent my SCV to scout before I mined, and then sent it back. And so like just little things like that were better.
Having a solid game plan, though, is what lets you win games when you're completely tired out.
Oh yeah, and this game I got a kill with the Reaper, and I microed it well, and got all my production and stuff on time. Like everything was going so much better this game. And then just little things I saw on the replay before I went to bed. I watched the replay again. Building the supply depot on the edge before the CC, so that's something that you did. I committed my Hellions to the mine drop because I knew that he pulled drones in this direction from playing him. So I ran my Hellions in and got even more kills with them. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but...
Okay, you don't know if it's a good idea or not, so...
I committed 2 Hellions.
Let's find out if it's a good idea or not. So the first thing we have to do is obviously go back to before it happens and analyze the situation.
Game resumed. Paused.
Okay. So where are we?
Game resumed.
So here goes the drop. Okay.
Game paused. Game resumed.
So let's see like.
Just pause it like right before the action.
Okay. So right now.
Game paused.
Okay. So let's take a look at what the Zerg player has.
Nothing right now. 2 queens.
Be more specific. Like what upgrades does he have? What's his economy like? How many gases does he have? Does he have layer or not?
I see 1 gas in the natural, not saturated. I see 2 queens. I see an overseer, so I can conclude layer. I think it's a good commitment because he could either be going roaches, which are Hellions don't even do anything to roaches, or he could be going mutas and Hellions can't shoot up. So I think committing those Hellions is a good idea because getting more damage done and sacrificing a unit that's going to be irrelevant in like 2 minutes. I think that's good. Like after game analysis, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so it seems like a good idea now. We have to look at the Zerg's point of view and see what exactly is going through his head right now. So he's making roaches, obviously. He has the speed upgrade on his lings, but he hasn't made any lings this game. And he doesn't really have any defense in general.
So against a normal Zerg, he would have had at least like I'd say 10 lings.
Yeah, so like if he was a different Zerg player on ladder, do you think it seems plausible based off of like going Reaper expand into Reactor Hellion to make like 3 Zerglings for defense with 1 queen?
Yeah, no, I think that they would have the units to defend against the Hellions, and the only reason that the mine drop works is because you can lift back up, and the only things that can attack the medevac is the queens, and mines, once burrowed, are invisible. So that's the only reason that the mine drop does good damage, and the Hellions would just die. And like when you go on creep with Hellions, they're dead basically.
Yes.
So I think that against him in this situation, the mind games and the amount of times I'd played him, this is a good idea. But on ladder or versus another Zerg that plays completely standard, even though that's kind of like a relative word, against someone who plays safer, that it's not a good idea.
Correct.
Okay.
Did you see how you went from like you think it's a good idea to being more specific about being a good idea against or in this certain situation?
Yeah, in this situation, it's a good idea, but in general, in this part of a game, it's probably not.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that Day9 talked about. He's like, oh, in this game, if I built a bunker, I would have won. No, it's like, like that's not going to apply to games in the future.
Yes, and that's what you're looking for is the applying the games to the future.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Because if you're not applying games to the future, you're not really looking to improve. It's just kind of how to describe it. It's not your actions aren't aligning with what you're trying to get or trying to go for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, and you got the Hellions out too.
Yeah. I think I lost one Hellion or two or.
Oh, you can go back to X2.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this is where I think I had a pretty good defense. I don't think his execution is good, but I think that my defense is okay.
Yes. Don't pull mules. They don't do any damage.
Yeah, that's just like I just grabbed them like. But I think that was one of my best defenses I've had.
Yeah, that was a solid hold. It was against something I'm assuming you haven't practiced before.
Not really.
This was pretty much your first time defending at it, and you were able to deal with it solidly.
And if you look at the thing, the workers killed, it's completely even now. So like the damage I did, he went for a counter thing and evened up the game. But actually, I think I'm ahead because his third isn't done, and I have two muled bases with 3 CC mule. And
even workers generally means that the Terran player is ahead.
Yeah, and I have 1-1. He's doing the stupid Hydralisk Den thing again. But I think that I'm ahead too because I have 1-1 on the way. He's not going to have upgrades.
Yeah. So I guess the important thing to note in this game, like you were able to hold without knowing it was coming, and without actually doing anything. Really, like you didn't really break a sweat defending it, and that's a good indication that you're getting better with this build because you're able to defend against lesser kind of, I guess, quote unquote stupid strategies that shouldn't ever work but still get wins sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But now they just won't ever work against you.
Yeah, I think that, and somebody in the chat was talking about the pulling mules. I don't think control clicking the SCVs would be that good though, considering like if I want to pull like half of them or something. Like I usually like
you box
then control click the SCVs in the unit selection thing.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
Okay, so that's what I usually do, but I was being stressed out in that situation. I just kind of did stuff, and like it was good that time, and like I wasn't like dying, like oh god, like freaking out, but like I was just trying to be as fast and like doing stuff as well as possible, because like I got my production up during that hold. Like I wasn't floating that much. Yeah, so I think that like that was okay, but like in the future, yeah, don't pull mules.
Yeah, they do. Fear Dragon, useless fact. Mules do no damage.
Yeah, exactly. Are you typing to fear? Are you typing to Fear Dragon the fact right now?
No. I was just being. Let's see how you handle this attack. So you decide to go back to defend.
Yeah, because I killed the Hydra Den, I think. Did I? I killed the Hydra Den and one of his evolution chambers.
Do you win this game?
Yeah.
Oh, he has no upgrades. That's why. I was wondering, like, why are your units killing The roach is so fast.
My units are just better than yours, EJK.
It's like, okay. No upgrades. Alright, so now it looks a lot more winnable.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, the first thing I need to do is get my saturation back.
And supply blocks much.
Yeah, he killed so many supply depots.
There we go. Yeah, that's one thing. Attacks use supply depots to wall off. You always have to kind of rebuild them when they die.
Mm-hmm. So that burst of units was like, but waiting for 2-2 again. This is similar to the other game, where he had no upgrades and I had 2-2.
Yeah, at this point, there's not really anything he can do.
Like, look at this trade. Like, if upgrades were even, he would have won this so easily.
Yeah, you're overstimming again.
Yeah, I am.
You got 1-0, so yeah, you got 3 upgrade advantage. Damn. Oh my gosh, and you just all army hotkeyed and stimmed again, I think.
Yeah, I did.
It's not a huge problem right now, but in the future, you might look for more aggressive ways to deal with, to fix the aggressive stimming. Because it could definitely become a problem in TVP.
Yeah.
TVZ, not so much, because you always have the medevacs, so you can kind of get away with it. But TVP, if you overstim and he storms you, you're just gonna die. And then it'll be like, what the hell?
Yeah. So that's that game. I think that's all for TVZ. Yeah, that's all the TVZs.
Alright, well, let's take a look at one of the innovation replays really quickly before we move on to TVP. I think it's better to take a look at it now than it is to do it later.
I agree.
Let's see.
I just promoted you.
Where is it? Innovation versus Jadong. Where are you?
Innovation versus Hydra.
Hydra, yeah. Winners match. Map 2. There we go.
Additional supply depots required.
Oh, he puts his barracks so it doesn't have to float.
Yeah, that's okay to do.
Upgrade complete. Additional supply depots required. Pardon.
It's like
Game.
technically very slightly risky because if your opponent goes for a 6 pool with drones, you can surround the barracks and kind of like kill it or cancel it or just do damage and get a lift off on it if you don't have proper surface area.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know why I paused for that.
He's looking for overlords and he's looking the Lings. I was wondering what he was doing with the Reaper.
Let's see if he saw something or not that triggered him to do that.
Yeah.
Game
So let's
closed.
follow the life of the Reaper. Goes into the main base and then goes.
Game paused.
Ah, he sees it at the
Yeah.
corner.
Game resumed.
So then he knows he can like just stick around for a little bit, but then he's gonna catch up to the Lings eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's just catching
And
up
he
to
would have
them.
caught up to them perfectly if Hydra sent him right away.
Yeah. Nice little zoning by him.
Yeah, that was really good.
Okay, but now his Reaper goes back to... Ooh, he loses the depot. A bit unfortunate. He's gonna get supply block now. But like, it's not the end of the world. Oh, and he's gonna lose the mule as well. But his Reaper is at the third base, so
Oh, he denies the third.
yeah. The Reaper was literally just sitting there waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's just kind of standard. He's getting the Tech Lab. He has the second. I think he got the second gas a bit early, though.
He gets
I think it should be at 31 supply right after the 2 Hellions, actually, so it might not be early. Yeah, it's not really early. Never mind.
Okay. So I like how it's like it's literally the same opening. It looks like so far.
It is, and so he's waiting. He's waiting. He's waiting. He sees the third base, so he knows that there's a third base now. So
or he knows that he tried to take a third base.
It's a third base. A drone coming out at that timing. And then seeing this as well, Hydra's very sloppily sending the drone to take that third base. But then seeing the speedlings there, and then I think seeing he didn't see the queen, so never mind. But seeing those additional zerglings there, and the drone taking the third base, he knows. If Hydra didn't send the drone there to take the third base, like if Innovation didn't see that, it might have been a different story. But for the most part, he basically knows. So let's see what he does. Oh, okay, so he essentially, instead of researching Stim, he just gets Cloak. And then he gets a Tech Lab on his barracks in the 3rd Command Center.
Oh, he builds a Marine with it, I think. Oh, he wants to deny scouting.
Cool.
And he does that same thing where you don't wall off, or you don't build the depots altogether, so you can use the CC to fully wall off, like, correctly.
There's different ways to wall off. But yeah, that's one of them, I guess. That's a good way to do it. Especially on this map. You can actually wall off. I used to do it a lot, wall off with the CC, a depot, and a bunker. Instead of adding 2 extra depots. But you eventually need the wall off.
Okay. And, well, we can talk about this after. Okay, you can continue.
Oh, it's fine. You can go ahead.
You said I think I already asked you this before in a similar way. You said perfecting one build, but since this is the same exact opening, but just a change at about 7 minutes, about like 7:20.
It's something that you can do because it's a reaction to Hydra taking the 3rd base.
I asked you that already. Yes. Okay. I asked
so
you that
it is,
yesterday.
and I just wanted to wait until the replay came out to confirm it, and it is confirmed. Like, it's literally the exact same opening, and you see very clearly where he changes a little bit. Like, that Tech Lab could have been used to get Stim in a 3rd base, delaying the 3rd base a little bit to get the Banshee.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. That's why I fucking love this game. Like, you see somebody playing Call of Duty, you're like, wow, good snipes, and then but this game's insane. Like, oh my, like, you think into the player's head, like, why did he do that?
Yeah.
And right here, he's like not committing. Is he? No, not really.
I'm really not sure. Hydra saw the Widowmine burrow, and he didn't see the Widowmine get picked up. I have no idea. And he saw that he has no Spore Crawler, or maybe he thought he built it and didn't build or something.
Maybe he's just stressing out because
he had no reaction to it either, so it's really weird.
The second one got hit by the queen, but like, yeah, he should have seen the Widowmine. But yeah, that's really awesome.
Like, he knows it's here now, and he sends the Ling there, so he knew it was there. But the Ling was it was even out of position, and he didn't pull it. It's just weird play, just sloppy play by him.
Yeah, that's a big loss though.
One thing to note is that Innovation does actually go up to 6 Hellions as well.
Oh, is that because why would you say that is? Because he's using so much gas to build the Banshee, and he's gonna float minerals?
Yeah, his barracks are delayed, so that 10-minute double medevac timing is non-existent. It's pushed back like a full minute or so. So he needs the extra defense for all-ins.
And is he building 2? Oh, and I noticed that Innovation didn't sack the medevac either because he wants it for the push. because he's not
Well,
gonna have medevac.
I guess he kind of sacked it. I mean, he YOLO'd it into the base, but he was able to keep it alive. I think those are two different, very
Okay.
different things.
True.
Like, if Hydra had better control, Innovation could have possibly lost it.
And then he would not have moved. Well, those Marines would be dead then.
Yeah.
What-
So, like, it could have gone. That's just his better control,
hmm
giving him that extra advantage.
Yeah, and the 6 Hellions, I think, deals. I think that's just because he's spending so much gas. And
No, it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with the gas. It's because the double medevac timing that he normally has, that would be out by 10 minutes, and all the Marines he has are not going to be there. They're not going to be ready for any 3-base all-in. So he builds the 2 extra Hellions for any 3-base all-in.
True. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now it makes sense.
It's just it's completely defensive.
You can.
He's just here because he's completely scouted Hydra as well. His medevac went from here to here. He knows exactly what Hydra's doing, exactly how many units he has. He knows where all the queens are as well, for the most part, or he knew where they were. And the Banshee even scouting his third, so he can see if there's drone saturation or not. He sees that some drones have been made, so that Hydra isn't going for an all-in, so that it's like 100% safe to be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So if he saw that there were no drones on the third, he would have run back.
Probably wouldn't have scanned and cleared creep like that.
Wait. When did the Banshee arrive though? Did it arrive when he was on creep? I thought. And he goes for 2 Banshees too, which is good to note.
Well, it makes sense. You don't want to just get 1 Banshee with Cloak. If you're
True.
gonna get Cloak, you should commit. And the Mutalisks aren't going to be out very fast because he has 3 Hatches, and he made a lot of Queens, and he's got Zerglings, so he's completely identified the build.
Okay. So he sees. Innovation sees 1 drone on the third when the Banshee comes. Is that a good enough tell to know that there's not an all-in coming? There's 1 drone mining on the third that he sees.
To be honest, it might not even be that. It might just be the fact that he's relying on himself to have good enough reaction time that Hellions are faster than Lings off of creep, and he can just pick up the Marines. So it's like it's not even dangerous if he is over here to begin with, and there's an all-in or not.
Mm-hmm.
He can just run away, and it'll give him a really fast heads up if any all-in is coming as well.
And the Marines can go in the medevac. The Hellions could micro really well against any Lings.
Yeah, or just simply even run away.
Mm-hmm. But I would say 6 Hellions off a creep. You'd want to micro against that.
It depends. It really depends on how many Lings Hydra has. In this case, he's done enough damage to know that there's no Ling flank. There's not very many Lings, so that he can be aggressive like this.
True.
I think it's actually just because he's done so much damage. He's killed 8 workers, and he's killed a handful of Lings as well.
Well, he just did that, so he was planning on sending them out anyway. He literally, like, less than a second ago, he killed those workers.
Oh, that's true.
So I think he was planning on sending them anyway, just to clear the crate, and then...
Well, okay, so let's just see when he sends them out.
Put that back on.
Oh my god.
Game resumed. Paused. Game resumed.
One sec.
Game paused.
I really love the guys in the like suite connected, but they're very bargini.
It's not a problem.
All right, we can go again. So, yeah, we're looking at the Widow mining the main against the
No,
timing.
I'm looking at the Hellions.
Yeah, like, based on the Hellion timing moving out.
Okay, so the Hellions are moving out now. I guess it's because he has... Like, if you look at Innovation's vision, he has he knows oh, he sees the layer, that's probably it. So he knows that he knows 100% there's no all-in. He knows Hydra's not committed to making a lot of lings, that the investment's going towards layer tech.
Oh. Oh, that's... Jeez, how do you think like that deep in game? I don't...
It's all from watching replays and getting as much as possible out of your losses. That's literally all it is.
And then he can just instantly intuition, like he layer no on, like that equal.
Yeah. You can't make these kinds of decisions during the game. You have to make them. They can only be made outside of the game and then applied in the game after it's happening.
That's insane. Like I would have never noticed that, just so you know. Like even in the replay, I wouldn't have noticed. Oh, layer no all in.
Well, we had to see when the Hellions moved out and what was going on when they moved out. It's really important. You can't just like gloss over a battle or something. You have to analyze what happens exactly before it, and then like what happens. Then you can see what happens after it, what could have happened after it, those kinds of things. But you need to like just slow things down and I guess just see what's going on. Otherwise, these really small things will go unnoticed for sure.
Yeah. And what the Cloak Banshee follow-up, is it only because, well, he could have killed drones there, but is it only because, okay, let me think about what I'm going to say. With the Widowmine drop, the Zerg player is going to build detection. So what is the thought process behind going the Cloak Banshee? Is it because the Zerg player is most likely not going to build a Spore on the third?
It has nothing to do with that. It has to It's because he sees the third base, and so he knows that there's no fast mutas. That's literally all it is. Because Banshees are only effective until the Zerg player gets Mutalisks out. Then they're kind of useless. So, by seeing Hydra taking the third base and identifying Hydra's build, he knows that the Spire, if we take a look, and from the fact that there's a late layer as well, he knows that the Spire is going to be delayed. And he knows this before he makes his Cloak Banshees as well. Like, you can pretty much know that from the Queen count and from third base, scouting that very early on.
Okay. That's...
And I think Hydra had like 2 queens. Like, this is a very macro-esque build that you probably won't see on ladder very often until you hit the higher levels.
Yeah, so Cloak Banshees, quick third, and no queens. Because he's not going to be able to defend against it.
No, quick third and queens. Like, look at that. He has 3 queens.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Well, okay, so he has a total of 4 queens. 1's for injects. He's making a 5th queen, even. So he's relying on queens for defense. So there's no way that he's going to have fast layer by any means.
Game paused.
I don't think he saw that.
What saw what?
The queen count.
I don't think he did either. There's 3 queens at the edge of the creep.
Game paused. Game paused.
I think a big tell, though, is seeing a queen like this with extra energy and also seeing a creep tumor being pushed out so early in the game. That kind of tells you that the energy... It's a very small, subtle thing. It tells you that the energy is not being used for transfuse, or, I mean, for injects.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure why he has 3 queens, yeah. So, he doesn't need the extra... Like, he has 34 energy. Why would a Zerg player float that much if you're injecting this early in the game?
So he's trying to take a quick third.
Yeah, and you know that he's saving up energy on this queen because he's going to have multiple queens later. So this is like already enough of a read to know that you can go Cloak Banshees and you know what your opponent, you know the build your opponent is doing.
If it's a Roach all in, and you scout that, is it smart to go Cloak Banshee then too?
Yeah. I mean, it's not the reason why you should go Cloak Banshee, but it catches that. and other kinds of all-ins as well. It helps against it,
So
but it's not the primary reason.
So in general, if you scout a quick lair with your drop, it's probably not. Well, no, the drop is coming out, and then he switches directly for Banshee. So he
Yeah, I'm saying the Reaper saw the Queen energy, and that's all he needed to know.
Damn.
And I'm not really sure if you can make that kind of a read yet.
Yeah, I can't. Like, I'm not gonna be able to do anything even close to that. Like, I wouldn't even do the lair thing like in game. It's good to think of out of game though.
Yeah.
If I scout a Roach Warren with the Reaper, is it?
No, you're changing your build up too much for that. If you're doing it for that reason.
Well, if I'm saying I'm either gonna go Banshee or I'm going to go like the standard build this game. Like I have two versions of it.
No, it's just one build. It's just one version. This is just one version. This is the same version.
What do you mean? This is Banshee. The other one isn't.
This is a Widowmine drop. They're both Widowmine drops. The only reason why Innovation goes Banshees is because of the build that Hydra is doing. If Hydra was doing a different build, then Innovation wouldn't have gone Banshees.
Okay. Okay. Well, like it's kind. I don't know. Like, how would I decide when to not go Banshee then? If taking a quick third is a reason to go Banshee, but seeing a Roach Warren isn't a reason to go Banshee, I don't see like what decides.
No, I said already. It's the. Let me get to the replay.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm just not
right
really...
here. Right here. See this? You see a queen with 31 energy, and you see the third base trying to be taken. You know exactly what Hydra. Well, at this level, you know exactly what Hydra is going to be doing. He's going to be going up to a massive amount of queens to defend against different kinds of Hellbat all-ins. He's going to take a third base. He's going to drone it up very hard. He's going to go double Evo chambers, and he's going to get delayed layer. In that case, Banshees are great.
Just from seeing
the
drone.
Just from that. That's all you need to see.
What? Oh, okay, okay. Because if that queen was injecting, he would be making larva that could be used to Ling Flood.
Yes. And he wouldn't have, like, he wouldn't possibly have a third queen either. Like, yeah. Basically, it's not being used for inject. And a player at Hydra's level doesn't float this kind of energy on by accident.
Okay, okay. So he either has to spend 150 more minerals on a queen that he would be using to Ling Flood if he was going to go all in, or Roach or something. But he already scouted, or no, he hasn't scouted yet. Okay. So just seeing that queen in that drone means he's going to take a third. He's going to be spending 150 minerals to make another queen, and he's going to be spending 300 minerals to take a third, and he's floating to put creep tumors down to macro.
It's not even just taking just one queen. This is the build where you go up to like 5-ish queens, and you get a good creep spread going, and you rely on queens for defense rather than a Baneling nest. Or no, not a Baneling nest. Rather than extra Zerglings. So instead of building the extra Zerglings and using your larva, or this is basically the most efficient way to use your larva as a Zerg player to get your economy up. Because you don't have to rely on making extra Zerglings. You can rely on queens and transfuses for defense instead of the Zerglings.
Okay, so in a ladder game, if I saw a creep tumor going down, let's see, does Innovation see that creep tumor? No, he doesn't. But let's say I see a creep tumor.
If you saw the third being taken or trying to be taken at this time, it should be taken around 6 minutes to like 6:15.
That's a reason to go Banshee.
No, and you see this queen here? The queen is the most important thing. That and the third. Those are the two things that you need to see to go Banshee.
Okay. And going Roaches, or if you see a Roach Warren, that's not a reason because you can still beat them just as easily. Like, you don't want to play completely reactionary.
Yes. And that's playing completely reactionary. Like, you don't need Banshees to defend against a Roach Warren. You can defend it without Banshees. Defend it with the build that you're currently doing now. Without any deviation.
Like I did in that replay we saw. Like, but not really, but that's like...
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Okay, so if I see it early third and queen creep tumoring to take the third, then that's a reason to go Banshee because I can get damage done with it. And yeah, okay. Alright, that's good. I don't want to spend too much time on this.
It's a very, very subtle read.
Yeah, it's like super in depth. People in the chat were like, this is like blowing my mind right now. They're like, this is so far over my head. Like, this guy's like, I'm only diamond and I don't even know what's going on right now.
Yeah, that's kind of how. Well, I don't feel that way anymore. I just feel really overwhelmed that he actually had enough time to actually spend to practice that and to refine it, which I don't. I just don't have enough time to do that.
Yeah. I don't think anybody, unless you live in a team house, has enough time to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, casters. Well, casters. Their job is hard because they have to see this real time. Like I was able to pause, rewind, do all this kind of stuff to analyze it. So casters aren't gonna see this for sure.
No, it's hard to find really good casters because they have to be like super good at the game.
They have to basically be still playing the game and be relevant.
Yeah, and they have to be able to entertain stupid people too. Well, not stupid people, but people who don't know about the game.
Yeah.
Because like they wouldn't be hired as casters if they were boring, you know. Oh, he's taking this because he saw a layer and like stuff like that. Like if they can't like be enthusiastic and like scream and stuff, then like my friend the other day, I was like, oh, I love hearing this guy cast. I love hearing Pig cast Zerg because he says a lot of analytical stuff. And my friend's like, no, I don't care about that. I just want to hear them scream when a Baneling hits. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
People have different preferences.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to kind of apply to both to make not dead game, right? So the Banshee did alright damage, actually really good damage. It kept him from droning his third, right? Or it kept him from mining from his third, right? And it forced more spores out of him.
The most important thing it did was it prevented a fourth base. Hydra should have had a fourth base going down like 2 minutes ago, but the Banshee delayed the fourth base. Not only because it's a Banshee and they're good at delaying fourth bases, you generally don't have creep spread reaching that fourth base and to be able to defend it. But he did enough damage so that Hydra wouldn't be able to afford a fourth base right away either.
And he also does, since he can't get that 2 medevac timing, he goes for a 12-minute Hellbat Marine timing.
No, this is the 2 medevac timing. He just keeps the medevac alive.
Well, it delays it. Yeah, well,
it's delayed because of the Banshees. That's why you don't want to go Banshees like every game, or you only want to do it in specific instances where delaying it
will help you more.
Where having medevacs that are delayed aren't a bad thing.
Yeah,
because this will probably hurt you in a lot more games than it'll help you.
Yeah, because the reason you go Banshee is to get damage done. If they're going quick layer and they can get overseers, there's no reason to go Banshee. You're just delaying your timing and letting them macro more.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
And then now, like, since he's ahead, he's able to scan creep and be on the creep like this. That's just a good engagement by him.
Yeah.
Just general good control. But he's able to like that's the important part, being on the creep and then clearing it out, and Hydra has no way to contest that.
And the thing is, he's blowing up Banelings on Hellbats.
That's just a bonus. That's not something you can do with your game plan every time. That's just a bonus damage. The consistent thing is when you're ahead, you can clear the creep like that aggressively. This was just really dumb.
Oh my god. What?
Yeah, I don't know why I guess he was just panicking or something.
That was right before his 1-1 finished too. He had 0-0.
His fourth base just got cancelled as well. There's these 2 medevacs that just happened to be over here.
I didn't even see them.
Yeah, exactly. And that just goes towards the game plan of just denying the fourth base. Innovation's clearing creep spread here over the potential fourth base, and he's dropping the other fourth base at the same time, basically. So there's like no leeway for Hydra to sneak a fourth base or do anything to get back into the game.
Yeah, because this is so genius. And then he has the Widow Mine and the other drop to, like, anchor the push.
Yeah.
He's hold positioning the or I guess not anymore, but his medevacs were sitting back so the Spore wouldn't kill him, but he could still retreat into them.
I think the most important thing to realize here is that this is all part of his game plan. So these things he doesn't necessarily have to plan out as precisely as he is just to, like, all he's trying to do right now is essentially, he's not trying to say, like, I'm trying to do a three-pronged attack right now. Or, no, he's not anymore. But, like, I'm trying to, like, harass all over the place. I'm just trying to delay Hydra's 4th base for as long as possible at this point. And that's literally all he's doing it. He's just executing it very well.
Game resumed.
Oh my god. And all, like, he's pushes, clears creep while Hydra's army is out of position. Then he immediately pushes into the 3rd. And, like,
well, this is just a snowball effect.
Yeah, I feel at this point he was just like, okay, time to push and kill him. Like,
pretty much, yeah. Like, he doesn't have any units left. He doesn't have a 4th base. He's not even on 3 base saturation, and his 3rd base has been getting kind of chipped at as well. So he knows that his 3 base economy is just gonna overpower Hydra's, like, 2.5 base, or not even. I shouldn't say 2.5 base. I should say not fully 3 base economy.
And when Innovation got to 3 base economy, that's when he started Marauder production. You can see it just started. Like, the first Marauder joined the army now.
And his 3 barracks are done as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, right when he had got the economy and barracks and stuff.
Yeah.
But he built a Marauder from the Tech Lab barracks before.
Yeah, and he got concussive shells. So, like, that's when he's. Let's go back a little bit.
Like, he built it from the top 8 GM, KR, GM, NAE. Oh, they're talking about you. Yeah, he was. EJK was like rank 5 GM yesterday.
Like I lost a lot of games.
Yeah, I saw it, dude. What's his name? The Protoss kept on. Yeah, Believe kept on.
I don't mind it though because I try to experiment on. Oh fuck! I feel like I have there's this bump on my shoulder. Hold on, I need a fucking mirror or something. Basically, on ladder, I try to do a lot of, I guess, quote-unquote freestyle because I don't follow 100% pro builds. I do my own research, and so I have to kind of just, what's it called? Just kind of like experiment, and sometimes things just don't go very well, and so I just get stomped.
Do you know a Legacy? Legacy GM?
Pure Legacy?
I don't think it was him. Some guys like I was ranked 2, but then I stopped playing. Legacy 3D. I don't know. Yeah. And you're not gonna stream anymore, right?
Most likely not.
Okay, they were asking it in the chat. He starts his 3 barracks in a weird position too. Like, why wouldn't he build them to help wall off the 3rd?
That's just he hasn't refined the build enough. His game versus Hyun, I believe he builds his 3 barracks over here to wall off, and he does a different build. We can take a look at that game right after this if you want.
Can
point out some changes. I don't know if you have time or not.
Which one was that?
Him versus Hyun. It's the one where he basically loses.
I would love to watch that.
Hyun is overconfident and Innovation ends up winning.
I would love to watch that to see how he uses his game plan to.
Okay, and it also is a good example of a more refined game plan. This is definitely something you can tell he hasn't practiced it as much as other things because of his building placement. It's not perfect.
Yeah, that's one thing that shows like refinement. Like the wall off on like my building placement on Iron Fortress has gotten a lot better with the build just because I've done it so much.
Yeah. Like these things just come with playing it over and over. I'm just looking really quickly where he starts building Marauders. I'm just looking at the production tab.
He builds a.
Okay, so it's literally his first Marauder is the next production round right after his 6th, 7th, and 8th barracks go up.
And he accidentally builds a Reaper.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, just
it's like a.
It happens to me too. It happens to me too. Because my widow mines are on D, so when I switch to my factory, if I misclick or don't click it like immediately as I'm pressing D, I accidentally build Reapers like once every like 15 games or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't matter though.
But yeah, that's when he starts adding Marauders. Everything else is just Marines and Widow Mines.
And the reason that he places the buildings like that is because if he'd done the same build on the same map in the same situation, a lot of times he would have gotten used to placing it at a certain place and he would have immediately went there. Right?
Yeah.
Like refining the build.
Yeah, so like this is just like sometimes when you're doing a new build, you just have to place a building somewhere until it's not good.
Yeah.
Until you have a reason to move it, or until you see it like, oh, this building could be better off over here or something like that. And then that's when you get it switched up.
Yeah, and maybe he didn't build it on his third wall because
oh no, you don't want to build it at your third wall.
Because then the tech labs can be sniped and stuff.
Yeah.
If they change the tech lab placement and reactor placement in Legacy, then that would be nice. Like where you can do it on both sides.
That would be nice.
But I feel like it would take too long to place them then, because you'll have to like decide which side or something, like XR or XT or something.
If you just press it again, so like press X and then press X again to switch it, that would be pretty cool. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. It starts building, but then if you press it again, it switches sides and keeps the production or something. I don't know.
Okay, here's the game. Okay, ready?
Yep.
So this game, I forget how Innovation opens. I don't think I saw the beginning of it, but he unstoppable. He thought he had won, so he goes for the kill move a little bit prematurely.
That's insane how like little thing, like you're ahead in a game, you're gonna win, and then you commit too much to an attack. Like that's stuff like that.
Reaper expand.
Does he do the same build here? So far, yes. What? Oh, what a cheeky guy.
Huh.
Oh. That's why. Because, oh my god, you don't need the tech lab on the barracks. Because you're not going to build it anyway.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So there's no really change to the build.
That's a weird Overlord play. I guess. Let's take a closer look at that. See exactly what happened.
That's a normal Overlord placement. That happens all the time.
Game paused.
It's not quite normal Overlord placement. So he saw the Overlord
Game paused.
was over here, and then he knew that the Overlord edged out over here. Because some people will put this first Overlord, it'll go through over here, and then it'll go over, or the second one will go over here to scout for Proxy 2 Raxes. So it's not always, like, I'm pretty sure Hydra didn't put a second Overlord there, so it's, like, completely situational.
Yeah, but if you see it.
Game resumed.
Oh, he doesn't build his second or his third and fourth Marines though. If he does this,
Oh, that's true. So he's doing a different build, probably.
yeah. Well, maybe not, because will he be able to get 2 Marines out? No, he's built
No,
tech
he's
class.
building tech class.
I was like, maybe he can squeeze it out. He's going Banshee again, I think. Yeah, Viking into Banshee. Looks like maybe.
JK.
Nope. Never mind. Get wrecked. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
He only builds 4 Hellions, though. That's
Game
the reason why. Oh, he didn't scout for. He didn't see the lair. Wait, did? Okay, the reason why, because you know how we were talking about earlier about seeing the lings with or without speed.
resumed. Game paused.
Oh, he didn't even see his. Darn.
I think he's just doing it to do it.
The Reaper got denied really hard. Hold on, let's. He wasn't able to scout the main at all,
Game paused.
which is unfortunate. Okay, because the lings are in position. He goes. Yeah, the Reaper is just a little bit late, I guess, because the lings shouldn't be out this fast. So he's not able to scout. He does a good job at stopping innovation from scouting, and what that does is Hyun's a very good player by doing this because he's preventing innovation from seeing if the main gas has been taken or not. If you look at innovation's vision, he has no vision of the main, so he has no idea if speed is being researched or not. That's kind of like what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes the Zerg's good enough to where you won't actually know if gas is being taken or if there's like a roach warren going down or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they
So-
deny scouting.
So let's see how innovation reacts to that, though.
So he doesn't get any scouting, so he's gonna
Game
go for
paused.
standard. He's just gonna try to beat him with his normal play.
Yeah, well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, like you said, like if you're better than someone, you're gonna beat them with your normal build, even if you use it 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna beat them at a positive win rate.
Okay, so he doesn't... Okay, so now he's going towards the third base. He
See-
checks. There's no
Game
third base.
paused.
He saw the queens,
Game
though.
resumed.
I'm pretty sure he saw the queens on the drive-by there.
Game resumed.
No.
Oh, missed it. Okay, but still, he doesn't see the third base. So that's the biggest sign, or like now he... That's probably the biggest sign that...
Game paused.
Like, he still could have probably gone for Cloak Banshee
Yeah.
after the Viking if he saw the third base as a reaction.
Alright, one sec.
And he saw the queens again? Okay.
Alright, sorry, my room is popping today.
Well, it's college. I've been there before. It's
Yeah.
not... I'm not surprised.
Okay, yeah, we can go. Okay. He doesn't see the queens.
He doesn't see the third base either.
Game resumed.
Oh, but now he sees the queens.
Game resumed.
When he goes by, I think.
Game resumed. Game resumed.
No.
Game
He barely
paused.
misses
Game
him.
resumed.
That's
I
unfortunate.
think he's just doing the build because he's
Game
confident
paused.
with it.
However, seeing slowlings here means that Hyun is going for either a fast layer or roaches. Like, and the fact that he creep spread already, like Innovation did see the creep spread, means that roaches are not an option because he is spreading creep and not injecting his hack tree.
You mean?
And like he has extra queens or extra energy to spare, means he has extra queens, means that money's not going for an early roach attack.
Okay, so he can do a roach opening or like into roach hydra eventually, but he can't do an all-in.
Yes, like what that guy was doing to you earlier.
So he saw
And-
the slow lings, so that could mean an all-in. But then he sees the creep spread. Why would somebody creep spread if they're all-inning?
Yes. So he pretty much knows what Hyun is doing already. It's a fast layer into either Mutalisks or roaches. Most likely roaches, though.
Okay. And chat, if EJK answers your questions, then it'll be time that I can't ask him questions. Like this VOD will be uploaded, so like,
If they bring up good points, though,
yeah,
that you
definitely.
weren't thinking about, it might be worth it.
But like, EJK, what software do you use to make GIFs? Like,
Oh.
I mean, $20 an hour for that, you know?
It's screen to GIF, but it's whatever. Okay, here though, this is important. This is a 7:30 timing, and he's able to check the layer with it. This isn't always a guarantee though, because the layer could be at the natural. He's just trying to get some additional scouting information. There's no guarantee that he'll see the layer. He gets lucky and he sees it anyways. He sees all the queens though, so he knows that it's a macro build
Mm-hmm.
and that it's going to be roaches because the lings are still slow. You don't build this many queens and slow lings to go mutas.
Okay.
Small things, he doesn't have to wall off right up. Oh, he walls off with his E-bays because he knows there's no all-in. There's no way that the E-bays are going to get sniped off right away. Hyun has a nice Evo chamber block. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, a little change that Innovation does. So after he knows it's roaches, he made that one Marauder.
Oh, that's cool.
I think he makes a couple more, but he didn't want to make Marauders. He didn't want to make a second one because he's making a second one now. I think it was either to power up or it wasn't 100%. He wasn't like sure about doing that.
Oh my god. EJK, paper or plastic?
What?
They're asking questions. Paper or plastic?
They're both bad. I guess if it's biodegradable paper, sure.
True. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump?
He's a funny guy.
Alright, back to the game. Okay.
Donald Trump is a big troll. He's like
he's such a troll.
gosh, who's he the equivalent of in StarCraft 2?
Game paused.
I'd say, I don't know, like, I guess like a kind of like a Huck. Nah, but he's not really a troll. He kind of is a troll. I don't
Maybe
know.
Destiny.
Yeah, he's the Destiny of StarCraft.
Yeah.
He just isn't as like straight up like you're a fucking retard about it. He's more like you're incompetent. He literally like called our government that. All right, but yeah, okay. So
Let's take a look at. So one little important thing here that I'm noticing is he has like 3 Marauders, but he also has his medevacs. So he knows it's roaches. He knows that his opponent took a very slow third base,
Game resumed.
and he knows that he has good scouting. So he has the 10-minute medevacs, but he's not moving out with them.
mhm.
Game resumed.
He's just leaving them at home.
I guess
He sends out a Hellion though.
is he scared?
There is just no reason. Yeah, pretty well. Not scared.
Game
It's just
paused.
Playing safe.
you know how your game went, where you sent your medevacs across and it went into a weird base trade. Well,
Mhm.
if you don't send your medevacs across, then it won't go into a base trade. And more importantly, Innovation's game plan is to take his third base. So, or like to secure his third base and to kind of get that full economy going so that he can get his 6th, 7th, and 8th Raxes up. Now,
Uh-huh.
why would he drop a map against a player who took a late third base and is going Roaches.
And why would he want to move out against that if he can just macro and be ahead?
Yeah.
And he's gonna have a strong defensive position with 1/1 and combat shields, and he's taking his third right now.
And these extra Marauders as well are very helpful too.
Yeah, I would have just had Marines in this position, so it's kind of like good to see like in that position where you see a late third and then you see the layer timing and stuff. Did he see
I think having these extra Marauders, he has like 4 now. Or no, is it 3? No, it's 4.
Yeah.
That means he's able to just completely stomp Hyun's army.
Yeah.
Like that, he was being aggressive without combat shields, and Hyun was forced to run away. That's how strong Innovation's army is. And then now he's just with his 4 medevacs, he's just moving out, and he's just absolutely stomping this army. He could have done a little bit better job microing.
Yeah, he could have done your hot drops, your hot 6 drops.
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. So
now, like, so he just has an advantage build order wise. He punished Hyun for what build Hyun was doing, and so now he gets to be very aggressive, clearing that creep again, and now looking for an engagement because he's ahead, because he got that advantage. Still doing good trades.
Oh yeah.
But he has Roaches.
Does he overcommit?
Not really. He's still ahead until later on. You'll see.
Okay. I'm guessing
that's still a really good fight because Hyun doesn't have a 4th base. Oh my gosh, and that drop there. But Hyun does not have a 4th base, whereas Innovation does have a 3rd base. So they're completely even on economies right now. So it's really good for Innovation, and Hyun has like no creep spread anymore.
And because Innovation is building Marauders and Thors, he doesn't need his next barracks yet. Like, usually I'd be adding my 6th, 7th, and 8th barracks like a while ago. Now he's just adding them now.
I'm not sure why he's building the Thor. I haven't played enough bio to.
He saw the he saw the.
Oh, he saw the spire.
Yeah, he saw the spire wiggling.
I guess that makes sense, but and then I guess he's trying to go for a drop here to hit before the Mutalisks come out, perhaps, or I don't know. I think that could have been handled a lot better, and he could have escaped with more units. Those were pretty brutal Widowmine shots, but he's still in a good position. Like stuff like this, it doesn't always go your way, but he's still in a good position.
Yeah, he denied that.
And then that, like, the drops are microed so poorly.
Yeah.
Just threw away his entire army. But there's the wall off over there. And like you can see in this game, his building placement's very, very structured, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to the one versus Hydra. So we know that this is a build that he's practiced a lot more.
Yeah.
This is where it all falls apart, though. Well, not now. Oh, okay. So I guess he just wants to have 2 Thors for his 2-2 timing, I think.
He rallies everything to a supply depot in which he has a hotkey too.
Forces are under attack. Game paused.
Does he have it hotkeyed?
Or no, he doesn't. I guess he has a camera location, but then if the supply depot dies, then all the rallies get canceled.
Yeah.
So he doesn't accidentally rally into an army.
Oh, this is the time where he kind of falls apart, though. But I guess he wanted to build up his Thor count because of Roach Baneling, perhaps? Because there's Roaches there and Thors are pretty good against those units. But he's taking his time. He knows that Hyun's 4th base is pretty late, and he's starting his own as well, so like, why look to trade right now? He can just take his 4th base and wait for 3-3 and still be in a good position.
Yeah.
This is where it all goes to crap, though. It's because he only has 4 Widow Mines. He's pulling a Morn and not making Widow Mines.
Oh no.
I'm not kidding. This is why he gets completely stomped, because he has like his 3 Widow Mines in his army right now.
Yeah. Wow.
That's not. You need more splash damage than that. You need like 6 to 8. I think that's the good number. Nice little drop over here.
He's not controlling it though. Oh, there it is.
Okay, but here See his and his army is also overstimmed.
Oh, he's literally me this game.
He is literally you, and this is literally losing him the game.
Oh my gosh. He should have waited for the medevacs to heal up.
Oh, he was trying to catch the army out of position. He's scanning there, I think, to see if there's a counterattack coming or where Hyun's army went. So yeah, he's. You can see why overstimming is not very good, and why making Widow Mines is kind of useful.
He stemmed again. The one Baneling hit will kill everything.
And he has no splash as well. Yeah, so that doesn't go too well for him.
No, I don't think so either.
And then this is where Hyun overcommits. Like,
Game paused.
as a Zerg player here, he goes right past Innovation's. Oh, he didn't see Innovation's 4th base even, but he just goes straight for the kill, and that's extremely bad. When he's got hive, he's got a hive on the way. He's on his way. He's still doing well in the game. He could have just taken that army advantage and moved on. Innovation's 3-3 is finishing up though, so Innovation now can take some really good trades. And by really good, I mean he's able to hold this.
Yeah.
Like, even morphing the Banelings right in front of Innovation. Hyun's this is just overconfidence and overcockiness at its finest.
Yeah, he's taking insanely good trades. Oh, that's cute.
Because Innovation knew he could pull the SCVs because he has his 4th base up, so he's like still okay in economy.
Yeah, and three orbital mules, you know, good unit.
Yeah, and Hyun just kind of killed himself doing that. And then this is like Hyun still could have won if he waited a little bit. He's not making any fucking upgrades at all. He has a hive, and he's at 2-2, which is just. I don't think he's used to playing macro games going past this time, I think.
He doesn't have a game plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would you do that stupid all-in thing if you had a game plan to just stay ahead in macro and stuff?
Yeah, and why would you take a 5th base but not get upgrades?
Yeah.
It's like he's still trying to kill Innovation here. This is extremely like the planetary killing, that's okay, and he goes for like another big attack. So this is essentially a big all-in.
Just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And it's like, why'd you take the 5th then? Like.
Yeah. And then here, I think he might have been able to hold very slightly because Innovation, he's basically mined out except for that 4th base. So if Hyun gave up this 4th base, like, there's no reason to fight here because he has this base. He has, I guess he's running out of minerals as well. But if he waited a little bit longer for, like, his Zerglings to come in to try to crush the fight and lose that base, he could have possibly done a counterattack to stop Innovation's mining. Then it would have been a much closer game. But yeah, this is just.
Damn. Terran, good unit.
I'm glad you said that Hyun had no game plan.
Well, yeah, none of his actions are consistent.
Yeah. No, I'm just glad like you said it before I did.
Oh yeah. Means I'm learning, I guess.
Yep. So yeah, he just got. That was overextension and then no game plan. Oh boy.
Yep. And it's like, what was Innovation's game plan that game? It looked like he was going for just like he was going
it's just like
macro, just stay ahead in economy.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then he went for bases. Like every attack he went for was for a mineral line or a hatchery.
Yeah, and it wasn't banking on the fact that he needed to kill a base. As long as he somehow took a favorable engagement and stayed up in cost efficiency and took his own bases, he would be fine.
Mm-hmm. All right, awesome.
But let's go over your TVT really quickly, because I want to address that. Now that we have like I wanted specifically to do this after TVZ because this is where we're evaluating your game plan, which is to not make any Vikings and ghosts.
Oh,
And just
TVP you mean then?
Yeah, TVP.
Okay.
And we're evaluating the game plan of staying on bio and widow mines, and if it's better, in fact, to change your game plan, modify it so that it incorporates going into Ghost Viking after establishing a lead with bio widow mine. So you kind of like have a bio widow mine mid game, and then you transition to Vikings and ghosts.
Okay. Promote me.
Oh, oops.
No worries. Alright, so I don't have the build refined. I haven't gone over this build yet. I've only been focusing on the TVZ one. But I end up like kind of like doing what you said. It's an adaptation of it. It may not hit. It may hit like 10-15 seconds later or something. I don't know. But this is do I lose this? I'm not sure. But this is a really good Protoss. Or in versus my style and versus my experience with it, he's good. He's shitty compared to what you would think a good player was, but yeah. I think I remember this game. It seems once they get to like 5 Colossus, there's no way you can win. Like if you don't build Vikings or something.
Yes, pretty much.
That's very absolute thinking, but like it just.
No, it's complete. It's a rule. It's a rule of thumb. Like it's like saying, if you only have 5 Marines and your opponent has 20 Banelings, you will not win the engagement.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, but you have to make sure that it's absolute. I know it's absolute because, mostly from experience, if you didn't have me saying it's absolute as well, you'd probably have to test it a little while longer and like lose a bunch more times and examine those losses and make sure there's absolutely nothing you couldn't have done differently, like have your army in a different position or to get some sort of advantage or prevent him from getting to that kind of army composition. But generally, doing preventative measures like preventing your opponent from getting up to 5 Colossus as a game plan is somewhat all in. Like preventing your opponent from getting a 4th base, that's all in. Because what if he gets a 4th base? Well then, your game plan has failed, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And what if he gets up to 5 Colossus? Well then, oh, you don't have a plan for that either.
That is a really all-in game plan. Yeah, my game plan right now is keeping the Protoss from getting the Death Ball.
Yeah. And I kind of wanted to do that to you on purpose to show you what it looks like to kind of adapt your game plan to something better.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not something you should do like, oh, I lost a couple games, this isn't working, it's time to change strategies. You can do that, I guess, but like the only time I do that is when I'm just experimenting with different builds and stuff. So then, of course, I'll only do a build maybe once or twice to give it a test ride, see if I like it, and if I like it and I think it could still work, then I'll go further with it, but if not, then it's just like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's got Phoenixes and Colossus. Bit annoying, but it's alright. I would usually, against Phoenixes, I usually put a missile turret at my production, so he can't just do that, like
Yeah.
what he just did. It's not the biggest deal, though. Your upgrade, it's alright. He doesn't have a 3rd base yet, but you don't have eyes on his 3rd base either, so this is the first time you're pushing out with your army. Oh, but then you decide to go for drops against the Phoenixes.
Well, I saw the Phoenix position.
That's true. It looks like it's gearing up to do a lot of damage. You get the cancel. Oh no! No! Why didn't you target fire?
Ah, rip.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well you get it, but that was a lot more units.
Yeah.
So like right now,
I canceled 2 of his Nexus, and I still lose this game.
well, it's because he still has his army, and you
True.
sacrifice. If you look at the army value, he still has a big enough army so that even though he's behind in economy, he doesn't need that economy to actually catch up an army because his army's bigger than yours.
Mm-hmm.
So those were, even though you got 2 of his nexuses, you have to ask the question, at what cost? It was,
Yeah,
it was not worth it.
True. I just played bad right there. I didn't have enough mines too, in my opinion.
Go back to that fight.
Game paused.
So you said you didn't have enough mines in your opinion. Let's test that. Let's see if that's true.
Game resumed.
Like if that was the
Game
decider.
resumed.
I tried to focus a Colossus, but the Zealots were blocking, and that cost me a lot.
That did cost you a lot. But saying you needed more mines to deal with the Zealots so that you could do that.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay, go to like faster right now. I think this is where it happens. Yeah, this is where it happens. So you split up, and then you fight. It doesn't go too well, and then you back up. So if you had mines to fall back on, the Zealots could have died, and you could have taken a possibly decent trade.
Yes.
Let's go back to the beginning of the battle right before it happens, though.
So, like, if those 2 mines did that to the Zealots in the beginning of the fight, that would have been really nice. Because what buffer does he have for his Colossus right now?
Just go back to the beginning of the fight.
Okay.
So your current argument is, if you had Widow Mines in position, the fight would have gone differently. Let's see if there's anything better that could have been done.
Game resumed.
Alright. Oh, wait. Okay,
Game
pause.
paused.
Good. So, at least you didn't overstim this time.
Yeah, I only stemmed to cut, like, the units that were in range of the Colossus when I was running right there. And then... yeah.
So, assess the situation. Try to be as specific as possible.
I could get a better concave and...
No, not what you could do better. Just what... describe the picture kind of thing.
What is the best thing I can do right now?
No. Just describe, like, what's going on from the Protoss side, what's going on from the Terran side.
Okay.
Like, what's your army look like? What's your economy look like? Is this the best place to fight, even?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Why am I even out here? What the fuck am I doing right here? I have a 3rd done. I'm mining from it with 3 mules. I canceled 2 of his Nexus. He's mining on 1 base right now. Why am I fighting right here?
Yes, why are you indeed?
What? Yeah, exactly. Like, once I get unsupply blocked, I'll jump up an army supply by an insane amount. I'm even
not fighting there. You could also buy time to get Widow Mines in position as well.
AKA those guys right there.
Yes.
So why am I fighting here? This is so stupid. Oh my gosh. Oh Jesus. That's so smart, but like it's so obvious, like now that I see it.
Yep, and it doesn't happen until you do exactly this. Otherwise you'll never see it. You'll be like, oh well, if I just had Widow Mines there, then I would have been okay. But really, you have to just like go to it and make sure that that's the correct statement.
I have 3 times his income, his economy right now. If I just spend my money, I'll win if I delay 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh. And I would have 2 more medevacs when that hit, because medevacs are coming out like right now. I won't have that much more army because I'm kind of supply blocked.
Like you even scan, so you know he doesn't even have a 3rd base too.
Yeah.
Even though it's probably to look for his army.
Yeah, it was. And then I see it in a second. But I don't see the probe that's there. It's barely out of the vision, but yeah, he doesn't have a 3rd. Oh.
Well, the game keeps going on, so let's see what happens.
Oh. I'm gonna cringe. So this
Just,
right here. Oh.
Just
that's-
X to it. So like when you lose a fight like that, you have to ask yourself why you lost the fight like that. And in this case, it wasn't because like you were behind in upgrades or he had a superior armory comp. It was just because you fought too early, I guess.
Yeah.
And so now you're a bit behind. Still got like a sizable army though. This is Okay, we might have to return to this point again. But the general rule of thumb to figuring out, because you remember how I was saying, I think it's a day 9 thing as well. Can you pause the game? Let me look it up really quickly.
Game paused.
Done some purpose. Introduction. Oh no, it was that YouTube daily day 9 newbie Tuesday when I linked you.
The improving one thing at a time.
Yeah, how you should only improve one thing at a time, and that one thing is decided by the exact moment that you lose the game. So just keep going until like the very final fight. X for it. Like, sure, there's a bunch of stuff that you could do better right now, but we're looking for the single thing that you can do that you can change that can improve your play the most, or improve your win rate, or like just how the game goes the most. Okay, so I guess the final fight's coming soon.
Like with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 Colossus, like, rip.
X2 it a little bit until like right before the fight, and then pause it right before the fight happens, like we did right before, like that first fight. Okay. So go to right when the fight starts.
I went back a little too much. Rip.
Game resumed. Paused. Game resumed.
So I was just doing so much damage to him with the drops.
Game paused. Game resumed.
Okay, so like right here. So let's assess the situation. What's going on?
I have like more than 20 supply across the map right now. First of
Okay,
all.
so to rephrase that, how much supply is not going to be a part of the fight? Include the units being built as well.
I'd say I have about an even army to him. Or I have less. Okay, I have 7 Marines, 7 supply, 11 supply in the barracks. I have around 20 supply across the map. So
You don't have. I feel like you have more than that. Let me double check your math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 20. Wait a minute, did I not count that medevac?
yeah, so I have like 10.
You have like 40 supply. That's not actually going to be relevant, I think.
And that's why I lose. And that's the deciding factor in this fight.
Wait, hold on. The fuck? That was weird. Oh my god, and all the fucking moths are congregating at my window now. It's that time of the night. Okay, so that is definitely an important reason for sure.
Mhm.
What are some other? Let's take a look at some other things though, because that might not be the only reason why you lose the fight.
Okay, well, I think we have to go forward some then.
Game resumed.
Wait, why?
To see how I have the fight.
Okay, okay,
Because 3-3 is about.
that's a valid point.
Game resumed.
I want to see if 3-3 gets done before. Do I notice? Do I wait? Please, Daniel. No!
Game
Oh my god.
Okay, that's probably another important thing.
3 seconds until my armor completes, and I just run in like that. What?
Oh my god, that's like a. Oh,
What happened?
scary as fuck.
What happened?
Oh. Oh my god. There's like a fucking. I think it looks like a dragonfly that's just attacking my window aggressively.
Is that the noise?
Yes. That creeps me the fuck out. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay.
A
Where were
moth.
we?
Moth carrying a spider. Oh my god. The chat was like, spider? Moth? Moth spider? Okay.
Well, it was no. It's like It's What kind of phone do you have?
iPhone 6?
Okay, it was about as big as that, like lengthwise.
Oh my god.
It was fucking huge.
I was like, what is going on? Is he being attacked right now?
No, it just kept like running into my window and trying to get in.
Oh.
I fucking hate summer sometimes.
Alright, so this fight, I run in right before my upgrade. I take all the damage right before my upgrade.
So basically, you didn't take a good fight.
Yeah.
But okay, go back to before the fight happened again. Now we've established all the different variables that I guess went wrong.
Paused.
Mm-hmm.
So, go more.
Game
Like right
resumed.
before. I can still hear it. Okay, now.
Game paused.
Okay.
Jesus, that's so weird.
He's 8 Colossus. Oh my lord.
Okay, that's quite a big number. Okay, so let's assume for a second that you attacked, like you had the best possible engagement, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You had your 3-3 finished in time. You had all of your army supply in a perfect position around his, or like as close to perfect as possible.
Yes.
Like they were essentially like all here. Okay?
Okay.
Now, if we take a look at the units tab, and now we're accounting for all of the units, look at your units and look at his units, okay?
Okay.
Now,
He has no
even
buffer.
though you have a bigger army supply, and you are maxed out and he is not, he has 17 less workers than you, but let's see, 153, 160, 170, so he still have 30 army supply that he can still fill. So this is not a fully maxed out Protoss army.
Yes.
Do you think that you can win a fight against 8 Colossi, 7 Zealots, 1 Immortal, 2 Sentries, and 5 High Templars with, let's count the Storms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
With the army right here?
No, with with all of the units you have in the Units tab.
Yes. With my upgrades. With everything. In a concave. Coming from here, here, and here. Yes, I think I can, because he has no buffer for his Colossi.
Okay. So, with that being said, do you think you still need Vikings against this kind of an army? Or like Ghost Viking?
I think I need more mines. Maybe no. I think I just need to. The key to this style is taking a perfect engagement.
Yes, and by that, it's like you have to have like flames coming in from all different areas.
Dropping widow mines on top of the army.
Probably not against this many colossi, but yeah, stuff like that. So we've established that you can still beat this army with the army that you have out on the map. If it was in a better position, you could have potentially still won, right?
Yes.
So with that being said, your game plan should still be to stick to this unit composition until you get to this kind of a point and you analyze it like this and you say in your answer, like if I ask that question again and you say, no, I cannot deal with this kind of an army, I need Vikings and or ghosts, that's when you will switch, but not before.
I have a VOD thing to show you to ask if I can micro better.
What thing?
A VOD from a stream. This guy had like a ton of storms. The state of the game is irrelevant. Oh, it's not on YouTube, okay. But I just want to ask micro-wise. It's in the highlights of my channel for any of the viewers who want to watch it.
Why don't you just link it in chat or something?
Yeah. Okay, here it is. Alright, here's the VOD, and here's that for you.
Okay, so what am I looking at here?
The control against the storms. What are ways that I can improve that? Like, I tried to predict where he was going to storm, and then...
Oh, it's a try again guy. There's not really much else you could have done. It's a situational thing though. To the point where you want to have the widow mine, you want to have a widow mine field, and then you want to try to bait the storms out. Is it just like the first 30 seconds, or is there another fight?
Yeah, it's like the first 30 seconds.
Okay, so that fight. So let me look at it again.
I think that was like pretty much the best I could have done it.
It looks like it. Like, you just didn't have enough army. If you had like, for the amount of storms he had and the amount of units that you had, there was nothing you really could have done. It's not a micro problem. It's a
the amount of storms.
It's just like a macro problem. So by that I mean, you didn't have enough units there to be able to take on that many storms.
Mm-hmm. All right, sounds good.
Okay, so back to the game. So we've established that if you were in a better position, then you probably could have beaten this army still.
Yes.
So that's obviously like, okay, so get in a better position. Well, how do we do that, right?
Mm-hmm. I need to call my units back.
Kind of, yeah. This is where it gets a bit tricky. So we have to go back like a minute or two to when you drop these guys, or actually when you move out, when he moves out. Let's go back to when he moves out. Because you pretty much have until he moves out to get into position. Just X to it right now.
Okay.
Game resumed.
Oops.
Okay, so like he's not threatened by your army. It's kind of like he doesn't even care that it's there. So he's going for okay, pause.
Game.
Okay, so go back like 10 seconds or so. We gotta see, like, when do you notice that his army is moving out? When's the fastest possible time that you can react?
Right now.
Yeah, that's a bit slow. Well, it's alright because Iron Fortress is a really good map to surround for obvious reasons. It's a very big playing field. So, like, if you noticed him right now, you still might be able to get in a good position.
If I just delay him, like I don't need to attack until he's at my third, pretty much.
Yeah, so like what you would do is kind of just back up into a concave. So like you let his army go as close as possible, and you just stay, like you just spread your army out through multiple screens and set up the concave.
And then if I pull every unit back from the main and from his third.
No, you wouldn't pull back. Well, at this point, you can't pull back. You'd have to just kind of deal the damage. He's going for a base trade right now. And I think he placed his 4th base nexus improperly as well.
Yeah.
It looks like 1 spec off. But he's going for a base trade, essentially. So, you're not going to have these units away from... you're not going to have them in the fight. It's going to be a base trade. So, you're not going to be able to rely on them.
If I wait for my upgrades and I pull SCVs.
Maybe.
If I pull, like, 30 SCVs.
Colossus and Storms chew up SCVs extremely quickly, so maybe. That is the best possible thing that you could do. However, we can also... So, like, this kind of a situation, it's kind of a gray area. You don't quite know if you can take the fight or not without the units over here now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to figure out why these units are here and why he's not like pinned back, and why he's going for this kind of a base trade to begin with, and why he feels like he can win this fight as well. So we have to go back to when you first do the drops. And we have to analyze the situation there. Because there might be a way to just prevent that kind of an army move out altogether until you are ready to fight it with your entire army. So like where he tries to clean it up as fast as possible, and then he moves out. So that the army that was on one side of the map is now popping out on the other side with your barracks.
Mm-hmm. I think that I didn't need to, I could have... Like, it's so situational. Like, looking back, like, oh, if I pulled these guys back right now, I could have won. Like, that's, like, just not smart to say. So...
Let's actually go back to the 18-minute mark, and let's, because there was a thing I was going to not talk about right away. I think this is a good time to talk about it. Where it's going to be, what's the goal of your drops? Because from what I saw, like, in that right before that last fight, your medevacs in your main base, before they targeted down the, right before this fight, go back, like half a minute, I guess, but, towards the end, when he was going for the base trade, your army in the main was killing gateways. So you didn't really have a purpose with that army, I would say.
Yeah.
If gateways are your highest priority to attack.
True.
So we're gonna give you your army a priority. And you seem to be going for nexuses this entire game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like right here, I want you to focus on exactly the priority of what your army is trying to kill. In this case, it's going for economy, it's going for the nexus instead of his army. See how you literally you're not engaging his army?
Yeah.
You just refuse to engage it there. Now, go back to right before the fight happens. Now, was that the correct choice? So, do faster for now.
I see his army. He has 4 colossi. What are my upgrades? 1-1 to 1-1.
Okay, pause.
Game paused.
Okay, so go on.
Okay. Even upgrades. I have 4 mines. I'm in a position where he has to react. He can't not react or he loses the game. So I have my 3rd down. Like I saw his army. He doesn't have a buffer for his colossi except for force fields. And how many does he have? Like 5? 4? 4 force
One,
fields?
2, 3, 4. Yeah. And he might be using a Guardian Shield too, so it's not a consistent 4.
And then I have literally like so much room to kite back. I think I could have taken this engagement.
Up against his main army, right?
Yeah. I think I could have taken it and sniped 2 Colossus at least.
And where would you set up your units to take that engagement?
I would poke into his natural to force a reaction, and then I would set up a concave along here.
Sounds good.
I just, like, the entire game plan is, it's not deny economy, it's keep the Protoss from getting the death ball. And
yes.
When you watch Maru play, he snipe Colossus here, snipe Colossus there, snipe Colossus here.
Like, yes. And if he can't snipe the Colossus, he goes for economy. And that, like, that still kind of helps keeping the Protoss from getting that death ball because you're limiting his economy, which makes it harder for him to produce units, which makes it harder for him to get those units, blah, 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 blah. But just outright killing those units, too, is good as well.
Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah, that's literally, like, I could have won the game, like, almost right here.
Probably, yeah. And so this is... So, now that we've established that you're not going to make Vikings or Ghosts with this game plan, we have to pay more careful attention to your army movements. So you have a solid game plan, you know what units you're building, now you have to know where you're going to position them.
And how I'm going to...
In this case, it's creating that concave and then engaging his army and forcing him to react. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think this definitely could have won you the game right here. Or put you in a position so that you could have won the game.
Does he have... He doesn't have charge. I feel like he couldn't... He wouldn't... Like, he'd have... Okay, he would attack into it, and if he kills the mines with the Colossus, that's Colossus swipes that aren't on my bio. If he runs over the mines, his entire army's dead, because if they kill sentries one shot, that Immortal is irrelevant because its shields are gone.
Okay, so another question is, you know where your bio army would go? Where would you put your mines? Let's clear the pings.
Oh, wow, that's...
Yeah, or you can just, like, go back 5 seconds, but who wants to do that?
Yeah.
Alright, so, you know where your bio army is. Where would you want to put your mines?
I would want to spread them with the concave, right? Or would I want to put them right in front, like, not bunched up, but kind of in a line?
Ping on the map.
I'm not sure. Okay, I know what I'm doing.
Well, that's what I'm here for, okay?
I'm putting the mines in a medevac and dropping on top of them.
Not a bad idea.
I think because I scanned his army, I saw 5 things that shoot up, and only 2 of them are kind of good at shooting up.
So you're gonna create the concave, or no? You should be telling me what you're gonna do.
I'm creating. Well, of course I'm creating the concave, and I'm putting the mines in the medevac, and boosting over, and dropping the mines on top. So his units, even if the mines don't go off, his units are aggroed on the mines, and his Colossus do no splash damage to my bio, so I can get in on top of his Colossi. And then when he force fields, I can lift the bio that's force fielded into the medevacs and pull him back. So I bait out his force fields, I don't lose much bio, and he has no buffer for his Colossi.
Sounds like a plan to me. It sounds all good.
Awesome.
Alright.
The execution of that medevac drop thing, that's the tricky one.
Yes, and that's why Maru is so good at this game, because not only does he figure out what to do like that, he also executes it really well.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Okay, but let's go to another game. Because this game's I think it's pretty beat.
Yeah. Oh, I accidentally went into one button. No, cancel. Awesome. I accidentally double-clicked it. Okay, watch with others. This is against the same guy.
Okay, cool.
Because we matched on ladder over and over because we were keeping the NA ladder alive.
That happens.
Yeah. You faced Believe like 6 times yesterday.
I only played like 5 different people, and I just played like a lot of games with them.
Is EJK a pro? He's top GM and top NA GM.
I don't consider myself a pro, so I'll say no.
I mean, you don't. Do you get paid from a team to play in tournaments?
No.
Okay, then that's technically it's not pro.
Yeah, that's why I say no.
You're better than most people who do like Team Gravity people and stuff that get paid to go places. Like you're better than all of them, I think, or at least.
Debatable. I'm not going to answer that or comment on it.
Do you and Semper trade evenly?
We have not played for a very long time.
Okay. Then that shall be stated next tournament you guys play in.
He plays Legacy of the Void now.
Oh wow.
So, and he was practicing versus Jadon for WCS, so I like we weren't playing any games or anything.
Okay.
And he doesn't play NA ladder, so I might have played him on his barcode on EU, but I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Do you have a barcode on EU too?
No, I just use my regular name.
On KR too?
Oh no, I don't play KR. Just I don't have the latency sucks too much.
Oh okay. I thought you were KR GM.
No.
Mm.
I only play on EU and NA.
What rank are you on EU?
I think I'm below 80 right now. I'm
Okay.
not sure. I lost a lot of games.
Alright. So I moved my Reaper like that because a lot of times they tried to hide the probe there to go and get...
Yeah. What I would do is if you pause the game.
Game
Oh,
paused.
what did your SCV what was your SCV doing? Why didn't it scout into the main base?
It was trying to see if the natural was going down.
Okay, but why didn't it scout into the main base? Go back to the SCV when it's at the natural. You need to see if it's like, cause what if the natural never goes down and it just 10 gates you?
Paused.
So like right now, does he? Okay, you're waiting for the natural. Look at his money.
Yeah, okay.
Game
I can see
resumed.
that.
Yeah, this guy's sending a probe down, but can he really put down anything? So you should have actually seen that he's actually saving chronos.
Game
So I believe he's
paused.
gonna do a
Game
mothership
resumed.
stalker pressure. Or
That's exactly what he does. I think.
no, I guess he's just bad. He chronos it out now, but it's too late. You need to chrono it out before the expand. Anyways, basically, if you see a Reaper, or if you see like a normal Mothership Core expand, you should just leave your Reaper at home until your first two Marines come out, because sometimes Protoss players will like take their Nexus, then they'll go all the way around, and then they'll wait until your Reaper comes across the map and then scout you.
Huh. What a guy. Because they have to get that information, I guess.
Well, it helps a lot. They don't have to, but it helps a lot. Okay, he loses. Yeah, this pressure just came way too late. X4.
I accidentally dropped those mules. I was trying to A-move my army, and I might...
Oh,
They were completely manor mules. I knew I'd won the game at that point.
Game resumed.
He didn't know I had concussive shell.
let's watch the replay until the very end, but I'm gonna let you decide if there's anything in particular that seems off that you want to pause and analyze, okay? Before I say anything.
Okay. I think that trade in the natural, it could have gone better, but I think it was okay because I forced out an immortal, I killed the immortal. Right there, I didn't want to stem my entire army, so I just lifted and lost some units. I don't know. That wasn't the best trade. I should
Making
have...
the best of a bad situation, though.
Yeah. Right here, I think this was a good move because I kill his stalker count, and he's forced to build more if he wants a buffer for his army. Right here, I think...
Pause. Okay, pause then. I'm not asking you to like say every single thing that happens, just that if something does happen, and you think it's particularly good or bad, I want you to say something about it.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, the stalker thing, so you thought it was good. It wasn't the worst thing.
I think this was good.
Good grief.
Because I sniped his main and his third at once. And got to escape with a lot of units.
Now, it seems like you're still in a similar position where you sniped his 2 Nexuses, but you haven't really touched his army. Oh, well, I guess you did touch his army by killing that set of stalkers early on, so you did more than you did on the Iron Fortress game, I believe.
I stemmed too many units for that one observer there.
That's alright, that's a small thing. We're just focused on the big picture stuff for your game plan.
Right here, I didn't... This is fine.
You said okay, so it did turn out fine, but I heard that like you weren't that impressed with this. So let's go back to that, like right before the fight.
I think I could have, right when he force fielded in his third, I boost into his natural, or I go into his natural. I think that would have been good because I would have forced his units. But then he would have surrounded me with all his Colossus. I think if I pulled back right there and didn't lose units, I could have been okay, because then I could have gone in from the other side of the third and that side and get a surround. And just kind of like keep a contain, because I know I'm ahead in economy, and I know I'm like ahead in units.
So where do you want to go for the surround? Ping it on the map so it's a lot clearer.
I want to stay outside here, and then I want to send units in here. And then when I bait a Colossus or 2, then I stem everything from here into here, and just like try to take the best.
So essentially, what you're trying to do is like a good Protoss player usually has part of his army here and then another part of his army here. Mm-hmm. So what you're trying to do is to surround half of that army and eliminate it.
Yes.
And prevent you from taking a head-on engagement against his entire army. Yes. So, he has a lot of force fields, though.
He does. I think that's why I said, like, move in it first, and then bait out the force fields, and then go for the surround.
Well, how many force fields exactly does he have?
He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jesus, fuck. Alright, if he wants to go for... Okay, so I bait out, let's say, 3 force fields here, and a Guardian Shield. So, how many does he have in total? He has 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 force fields. I bait out 3 force fields, he still has 7. And then he uses Guardian Shield, which eliminates another.
Eliminates 2?
2, yeah, so he'd only have 5 force fields left. Why don't I just lift everything right now and boost and drop over his army? Because he has no anti-air. Yeah.
He might... The only problem is he might have, like... His zealot count might be... Well, it's not even that much. But in a different situation... Well, that's a different situation. So in this situation, yeah. He doesn't have that big of a ground army. And it seems like the best thing to do would be to just boost and just drop all over Maru style, right?
And I saw earlier in the game that he kept all his stalkers in his main to deny drops.
And you can just simply scan his army too, just to see if there's stalkers or not.
Yeah.
No shame in that.
And I do have a scan right now. I have 2 scans right now, 50 energy each.
Oh, and you don't even know what his army looks like.
Yeah, I don't know.
It looks kind of big until you get there. And then you scan.
It's the manor scan.
But yeah, I think that would have solved your problem against the force fields, and you would have been able to take a much better trade.
Yeah, I would have kept my entire army alive.
I mean, you still take a good trade, kind of.
Except I lose a full medevac. I think overstimming there to get out would have been a better idea considering my medevac count. And I have time.
Well, the way you figure out if it was a bad trade or not is at the end of the day, you look what you have and you look what he has after the fight, and he doesn't have a third base, whereas you do. And you traded armies, and you have a better economy. So now you can do stuff like this, kind of. Okay, go back to that fight. Or go back a little bit more, like a minute. Like right after that, you traded armies, basically.
Okay, what do I have? So I'm still ahead in army supply. A lot of it's in the barracks, but I am still ahead in army supply. I have a superior economy.
Wait, does the army supply the active forces isn't the barracks units?
Oh, so I still have more army.
Yeah, you have even more than you thought.
Where is it?
It's mostly in medevacs, I think. They're your expensive units.
True, yeah.
So this is your army. That's your active army. Okay, but go on, pause it. I meant go on, keep analyzing what's going on.
Alright, so I killed 5 Colossus. Or Colossi.
And what do you both have left after the trading went on?
What do we both have left?
Yes.
Our thirds? Well, no, he doesn't. We both have the ground, he has his some stalkers and zealots, and I still haven't met my medevacs. I don't know.
Okay, so what do you have and what do you not have? I guess it's important to know what your opponent does not have as well as what he does have.
I don't have a high Marauder count, and he doesn't have a high Colossus count.
Yes, go back to the third base though. I heard you were like, oh, he doesn't have a third base, and then he just moved on.
He doesn't have a third base.
Yeah, and what do you have?
A third base.
Yeah, and how far away is his third base from getting up?
I would say around 95 seconds.
So
I need to trade for days. Starve him out.
But do you actually need... Okay, yes, you do want to trade, but he only has 2 base economy right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 3 base. And you just said yourself that both of your armies aren't really impressive right now.
Oh, so I can remax before him.
Yeah, or you can hit a critical amount and then do another attack right away.
Yeah.
Or a little bit later, I mean.
My 2-2 is going to finish soon too, so why not wait for that?
Yeah, why not, right?
Mm-hmm. Alright.
So, go on to where the fight actually happens. I feel like you just used the all-army hockey right there.
I think I did. I don't know, I use it more than I probably should. I stimmed too early there.
More importantly, you're taking an engagement here. Why?
I don't know. I killed another Colossi, which is nice, but...
Okay, you don't know why you're taking engagement there. Go back to right before the engagement happens, right when you stim in.
Resume paused.
Okay.
Oh man, look at that 2-2 timing.
I think I get it right before... Oh, no, I don't. Rip. That's I need to look at them more. Look at the upgrades more.
But more importantly, things to note, his third base still isn't up.
Uh-huh.
You have a better economy. A lot of your units are still trailing across the map.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not fighting with your entire army. You also have very low Marine count as well.
Marauder count.
Or, I mean, a Marauder count, a very high Marine count.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the end of the day, is it really the best idea to fight here? You said you didn't know before, but we need a conclusive answer.
No, I shouldn't have. Or if I was going to do something, I needed to run into the main, snipe the Colossus, get out. But I don't need to even take a fight here
Yes.
because I am ahead, and he's the one who's gonna have to do something to get back in the game.
Yes.
So I'm trying to be over aggressive because I'm playing this style. I'm not thinking logically because I'm trying to just always be doing something to him.
Yeah. And that's where we start to like refine this kind of a style is by starting to edge out or like just iron out the like when you're just YOLO attacking and when you're doing smart attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's hopefully what you'll be able to catch on to in the next replay. And you'll be able to see these kinds of like attacks where they seem like, well, what am I actually doing this for? I don't really know. Well, I have to figure out why I'm attacking here and if it's for a good reason or not. And that's where you start to take really cost-effective engagements, or you learn not to take stupid engagements, as we see here in hindsight. And where you start to just take really good engagements, and then you can like just shave away the game. Like what Maru does is he has like sequences where, depending on how much damage gets done and where his opponent's army is, he'll do like this, and then this. So it's like just he has like a sword, and then he just cuts your arm, cuts your leg, and then stabs you, kind of thing.
Yeah, and then he's like, okay, snipe the Nexus, pull back. Okay, snipe a Colossus coming out, pull back. Okay, he has to do something, max out, win. Like
kind of, yeah. It's a little bit more like, okay, his Nexus is gone. Where's his army now? How many units can he afford? What kind of units is he going for? Does he have double forge or not? And that also impacts how many different kinds of units he has. And like, is he going for a fast Templar switch? How fast is his charge? How many Blink Stalkers he has? It's very important to know the unit composition and army positioning to be able to take good trades with your bio army.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you have another TVP, hopefully?
Yes.
Awesome. You're getting there, though.
I am. All right. Yeah,
Hopefully,
I have 5 TVPs, so we have 3
nice.
more.
Hopefully I'm just trying to get you to the point where I don't have to kind of point out those fights, and you'll be able to point them out to me, and then that's when I'll be really happy. Because then you'll be able to kind of, then you can see a replay and then see why you lost, what you could have done better with your positioning. Oh wow, I can't believe he actually told you.
Yeah, some guys are really nice. Like,
yeah.
I always try it though, even if they don't.
Yeah, I do too. But most of the time, people just say random.
Yeah, or they say like white.
Yeah.
And then one game, this guy says Protoss and he was Terran, and he 2-Rex'd me, and I was like, mate! So right here, I don't scout the main, I just wait for the thing, and I don't see him.
Not good. Oh my gosh, and now you scout with the Reaper. And it dies because you scouted with it.
Yep, so I need to not do that.
And he's only on one base, too. Oh my gosh. See, if you saw the double gas, then you for sure wouldn't have... Did you wall off with your reactor?
Hmm?
You walled off with your barracks.
Yeah, I mean, like, it helps against proxy gates.
It does. A little bit.
Would you say that maybe walling off with the supply depot, but not the barracks, would be smart?
That's usually what I do. The barracks is a bit much, especially with the add-on as well, because against one base plays like this, it can get sniped off really easily, and then that puts you very far behind, and you don't know it's a one base all in, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why this game goes on so long.
I think I win.
He didn't do enough damage. His push is really weak though. It should have hit at like 7:30, but it hit like a minute late for some reason, and he's not committing either. It's weird. He should be able to snipe off your reactor, but I guess. Huh. Okay. So, despite the mistakes made on both sides, the game is still going on. Oh man, this guy.
I think it was just bad.
Well, he does play random, so
True.
give him some credit.
Yeah, true. So right there, I just wanted to kill as many units as possible.
Do you think that was a good fight?
Let's go back and check.
Game paused.
Yeah, if you can't conclusively say if it was a good fight or not, then you should go back and check.
Resumed, paused. Game resumed.
Okay, let's look at units lost.
No, pause it. You gotta look at what units you both have first.
Okay.
Not just look at the units lost tab.
He has only Stalkers and Zealot and 1 Sentry. Photon Overcharge, of course. Or Photon Input Charge. I think this is a good fight to take.
Now, I agree. However, to take this one step further, and I don't think you'll need to do this because you're not at the top of the ladder yet, but this is kind of just a bonus thing, is if he had his Colossi out, because his Colossi is like, it's 1 second from being done, if he had his Colossi out right now, would you still try to take the fight?
Depending on the position of his Colossi.
Like, it's there, it's ready to go.
Yeah, but like, is it in the front of his army right when I stim? Like, or is it in the back of his army? If
It's like right next to the sentry. Like to the left.
I would take it. He doesn't have his high zealot count. I would stim and move command until I'm in range of the Colossus, and then one shot
Try to
down.
snipe it. Okay, that's a good response. Now, we don't actually know if it's the best response until that kind of situation actually happens, and then you can see for yourself, like, oh, you might learn something where he can out micro you in that position with this kind of an army comp, or it's always a guaranteed Colossi kill. You don't know, but it's good to have these kind of things pre-planned out so that you aren't just doing random things beforehand, but you can actually prepare for things you haven't. Like, it's just a what if question, like, what if he was a little bit better and he had his Colossi there? Then
Yeah.
would you still attack?
And
Okay.
it all depends on his zealot count. Like, I'm thinking right now, if I go into a game and I'm going to attack like this, I need to look at the zealot count and the force field count. Zealots and sentries are the only thing I'm looking for. Stalkers are irrelevant because they do no damage or stim bio, basically.
Go back a little bit. Go back like 20 seconds or 10 seconds, I think.
Okay.
Go a little forward now. Let's just go on faster.
Resumed.
Now, you said you wanted, it's all about what kind of units he has, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't actually know what he has until you get this close, and then you kind of just...
Go balls deep, yeah.
I mean, you see it really, but then you make a really snap decision to stim in. Like, it looks like you just see the army, and then you just stim in. Now, obviously seeing the army can be very helpful. So I would just suggest a little thing such as not getting blindsided by sending a marine in or scanning before you go in like this.
I actually do that a lot. I didn't do it now. I think that's because the game was kind of like...
It was.
It was a tricky game, and it put me on the edge and stuff, and the fact that I defended that all in, even though like it wasn't really all in because he didn't even commit. So yeah, I needed to do stuff like that, like get habits like that, so I don't get blindsided. Because if I stim a marine in, he'll see a Colossi if it's there.
Yeah. Unless he's really good at hiding it, but still. Then the Colossi is out of position, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. But based on what I saw with the Marauder at the front, I stemmed. And let's see when exactly I stemmed. Did I stem just because I wanted to attack right then based on whatever was there? I didn't care. So honestly, exactly what I saw right when I stemmed.
Game paused.
There's a good chance he could have more of an army there that you didn't see.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's just one stalker that you didn't see, but
And also, I think that I could stim later.
that too.
I think that if I walked in, like he would have more time to react. But I think that having a stim last longer throughout a fight is better overall than getting the jump on him, because his units are going to attack either way.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, that was
Yeah, good stuff. I'm very happy to hear that answer and everything. It's progress.
And I'm loving the concussive shell timing, because I used to forget concussive shell, but now I literally can't forget it, or I'm gonna lose, like, not have a timing. So I'm happy that I always have it now, because like I've started to notice how good it is. Like,
Yeah, it's especially versus blink stalkers.
and then like charge lots and stuff when you're kiting. Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay, so we've established that was a good fight, even though like the supplies and the units you lost tab doesn't seem like it was the best fight. We were still able to go through it and identify that it was a good fight.
Well, 2 base to 2 base, I'm on a better economy too.
Yes. Okay, and nice, you're clearing out the pylons, you're taking a third.
I don't see the other pylon though, which stinks.
I was just about to say, I like how you're not going to YOLO medevacs in, but we'll see how this goes. One thing I might suggest is keeping a Marine at the third.
Oh yeah, that's something that I do like once in a while, but it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's not something that you can really cement in your. Okay, pause. It's not something you can really do consistently until you lose to 2 base all in. And it's like, well, I have to. Then you come to the conclusion where I have to figure out if he has a third or not, and the only way to do that is to have a Marine there, or Marine spotting when he moves out, and then you get a heads up, because if he's going to 2 base all in and you don't see it till like here, you're just dead. But seeing it from here gives you a big enough heads up to get bunkers up and maybe stand a chance and start making Vikings immediately. Okay, but go on. Let's go faster. See how this fight goes.
With this style, is building Vikings against the Colossi all in good?
It's okay, but the key is you're only building it to defend so that you can go back into dropping. You're not building it to do any kind of timing push of any sort. You're just doing it for defense.
Would building medevacs be okay too, or is it kind of like, is it preference?
Probably not. You'd have to try it, but probably not. I think you might just die.
Yeah, because especially on this map, that ledge right there is really good for Vikings. Because stalkers can't get on top of it, on top of the Vikings.
It's okay, but then what if he comes from here? Then all of a sudden your Vikings are out of position.
True.
You can't use it all the time.
Yeah, it's a good situational thing.
You get this? Oh, you do.
He focuses the wrong medevac too. Which is
Here's another what if, a bonus one. Okay, cool. So go back to right before it happens.
Okay.
Game paused.
So what if he had, since he's only on 2 bases, a better Protoss player would generally be able to defend these kinds of drops fairly easily because he has less bases to cover, right?
And blink.
Yeah. So what if he completely shut down your drop?
I'm behind. Or no, he evens the game back up.
Press play, and let's go to the Nexus. So like, let's say you're able to get a decent, or like you're trying to snipe the Nexus, you don't get it though. So like, pause it now. So let's say you lose all your units and you barely don't get the Nexus. So you're down 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Let's just say 10 supply. 1 medevac gets out. So it's actually 96 supply against 114. And you didn't get the Nexus. what
Yeah.
kind of a spot would you be in?
Less of a good one.
Would you still be ahead, or would you be behind now?
I would be ahead because my third's almost done. I think I'd be ahead. Um, let's look at upgrades. None. Okay. What are his upgrades gonna be like? None. I think I'd still be ahead, and yeah, I think I'd still be ahead based on the SCV count.
Okay.
My SCV count is higher than his probe count, and I have mules, and my third's almost done.
Well, here's another question. All right, so go back to right before you drop. You know that he has blink as well, so doing this could be potentially dangerous. Let's say, okay, so so that's when you dig drop, and that's kind of a worst case scenario. You lose all of your units, you don't kill the Nexus, but you're still in an okay spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happens if you didn't drop at all?
I'm in a great spot.
Even better than if you did drop?
If I don't kill the Nexus, then yes.
Yes.
And I literally hear this from people all the time and stuff, but like it didn't really click. Don't drop a Protoss on 2 bases. Like it's not a smart idea overall.
It generally does not work out. Like it only works against quote unquote bad players who can't position their army very well, like this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, though, if you try to do this in a regular game or against, let's say, a Grandmaster Protoss, he's gonna have units here, and he's either gonna be able to defend it or just jump on you completely and kill the Medivacs. Like, you're not even gonna get a chance to get close to the Nexus on 2 bases. So I was just saying, like, what if you somehow got close, and it's like kind of just running different scenarios, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we agree that you would be in a much better spot if you didn't drop than if you did, and you didn't get the Nexus. Like, of course you got the Nexus, but we're assessing risk versus reward kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think getting the contain, and keeping him from taking a third is better than taking the risk. Because you're guaranteeing the contain.
I agree. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see how this goes.
Paused. Game resumed.
Base is under attack. We could use some help. Better be good.
If only I knew this stuff when I started playing.
Yeah, it's really nice getting coaching. So right here, I think I do the map thing, yeah.
Okay, so you're setting up for a flank. He's going for a big 2 base all in. Let's see how this fight goes. Oh, what the fuck?
I don't even kill it. Oh, I forgot about this game. Oh my lord. Yeah. If I killed that Colossus, I think I would have been in a very okay position. I should have pulled SCVs.
Okay, let's go back to that killing the Colossus.
Wait, do I win this game? No, I can't.
Go back to the killing the Colossus. You might still win. He has no upgrades. You're at 1-1, I think. Oh, you're at 0-0. Wow.
Yeah.
Did you not get an eBay?
No, I didn't.
You don't even have an eBay. Wow.
Yeah, I'm going.
Okay, but go back a little bit more for the Colossus kill, or a Colossus attempt assassination. Well, one more.
I would have killed it if I didn't lift my units, because I thought that the last attack would have killed it. All
right, let's say you killed it for all your, or let's say, okay, so you didn't kill it. Let's look at your other option, to not do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what kind of a position would you be in if you kept these units alive and you didn't YOLO them in like you just did?
I would have the option of when he moves into here, getting a massive flank.
Yes. And now, is that worth having that option versus potentially killing one Colossi for all those units?
Yeah, it's a waiting game.
Yes.
Like
you just kind of patiently wait for him to move out and and then you get into your position and then you just strike. That's how the style is kind of played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't believe I don't get that Colossi.
Ooh.
Like 1 Marauder attack away, or 2 Marauder attacks away. Unfortunate.
Still though, like that's the difference. Those things, like, yeah, it could go either way. So if it went that way 10 times out of 10 and you got it 5 times and you didn't get it 5 times, you have to think, well, is it worth it to even do it in the first place anyways?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Oh, I blinked the wrong way. Yeah, so this battle is really close. I think you win though, because you have that third base. Right? He has nothing too. Oh, but you keep going forward.
I think I lose because I didn't. Yeah, I think I lose.
Why did you lose though?
The flank, the first attack, and I did. Maybe if I pulled SCVs with the first with his big all in too.
Okay, okay. Yes, the flank. Let's go back a little bit more to after the flank. After all the Colossi die, though. There are parts of this battle that I think could have gone better for you.
Game paused.
Oh, that's way off.
Okay, right here's good. Right here's good. So put on faster.
I accidentally. Okay, there we go. Okay, faster. So I just need to keep.
Pause.
I overstemmed.
What else did you do?
I overextended.
Yes.
I didn't bury the mine.
That is also helpful. But the overextension was what I was looking for.
Yeah, that was bad. Because
oh, you got 2 Marauders in a bunker here too for some reason.
No, that could have made a difference. That could
have, yeah.
That could have made the difference. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, like, oh my god, you attacked a little one.
Shh, don't worry about that. It would have got its shot off too.
But yeah, so like there's always like small things that could have made the difference here and there, but the biggest thing was the flank, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's why you always want to look for just the biggest possible thing. So you don't have to rely on, like, what if I got an extra shot off, what if it died, blah, 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 blah. Like, all of that's irrelevant. If you got the flank off, then it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah. Alright, well,
Game paused.
is that pretty much everything for this game?
Yeah, pretty much. Let's take a look at another game.
Alright. Oh, one of them is the game that I linked to you that has the YouTube video. So do you want to watch that one again, or?
Yeah, let's watch that, because I didn't get a chance to really say much. It's really, like, it's just a pain to type it. This is a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so X forward, I guess? Yeah.
And I immediately pull out of gas when I saw that he was Protoss.
Oh, is it another random player? Oh yeah, it was. And you didn't say anything. Oh, you didn't ask.
Yeah.
You didn't even go look, have fun.
If they good luck, then I ask. I'm not gonna like be like, good luck, have fun. What's your race, bitch? Like.
Well, I do good luck, have fun, and then I wait for them to oh yeah, that's what you did. Okay.
Yeah. If they respond.
Oh wow.
Holy shit. Wow.
Well, that's not something else I could see from your stream.
Yeah. I didn't look at this replay, so I didn't know either.
That's why you always have to look at replays.
Wow. Like, that's not even something that I'd think to scout, because that's just so crazy.
Yeah. The reason why people don't normally do it is because it delays your Colossi tech a lot. I had a game the other day, so I thought about it.
And he's going double forage.
Yeah, and see, like, you gotta look when his first Colossi actually is done. And it's not until, like, the 12-minute mark that his first Colossi is out. So, sure, he has an advantage, but that's going into gateway units, which is kind of crappy. It doesn't scale very well. So, like, you can wait until he has 2 Colossi, and then just attack with your army.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of which, go back.
Game
Oh,
paused.
I was just saying it too, unfortunately. So go back to like the first 2 medevacs when you were fighting and picking up against the mortals.
Resumed. Game paused. Game resumed.
All right, pause.
Game paused.
Let's take a look at the situation. Tell me what's going on. Like everything outside of the fight. Like,
Well, I don't know that his third is up, do I? No.
well, I guess like more importantly, we're gonna be focusing on army movements because army movements is the thing that you need to polish the most with this style to be able to abuse the most.
So what is the army movement like? I could have known there was a fourth just by his army.
A third, you mean?
Third.
A little bit. More importantly, where are your armies?
Half of my army is at my base.
Where is his army?
Right. All of his army is right there.
Okay, so with that in mind, tell me about the attack.
It's probably not the best to take right now.
What would be better?
Waiting for these guys and 2 more medevacs right there.
Okay, what would also be another alternative?
Dropping.
Yes.
But I don't know he has a third.
That is a bit of a problem.
Sending the Marine, like, that's just something that's gonna, like, be an excuse for me to say throughout the entire game. Like, I don't know he has a third, so that's why I made this decision.
Yeah. And it's such a weird third, too. It's kind of like your games when you don't scout for the third with your Reaper and Hellion. You saw Innovation did it every game. It's kind of like a given. You have to get that kind of information. Otherwise, you will just be playing in the dark, and you can't make intelligent decisions off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming you know he has a third, though,
Yeah.
where would you try to drop?
Well, I'd try to drop the main, and I'd try to drop the third at the same time.
Okay, yeah.
Because
That
I
sounds
have the units
useful.
for it. And I baited an overcharge before, so his my follow-up is good. Because I killed
Yeah.
his mothership core with my timing.
And that probably would have done a lot more damage than what this is doing here.
Yeah. Alright, and on a separate note for half a second, I posted on Reddit saying that this was going to happen, like, on stream and stuff, so people could watch. Downvoted to 0.
Oh, that happens.
Oh yeah, I'm not salty about it or anything. It's just, it's so funny that, like, productive stuff in the community gets downvoted so much, and people complain about, like, content not being given and stuff. And
It's I think the reason behind it is because most of the community is relatively immature people, and by that I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just the truth. There
Yeah.
are a lot of it's a young person's game, and by that I mean like a lot of high schoolers play it. A lot of
Oh yeah,
people who are in college, like the first, second years, are playing it too.
like me.
Yeah, it's not there's not a mature audience established quite
Yeah.
just yet.
I agree. But your market is really good right now with the gifts. Like,
I don't really think of it like that. And besides, it's still like I've noticed that now that people have seen it so many, I feel like, or so much of them, I feel like people downvote me just because it's me posting it.
Yeah, but they're just dicks. Like, who gives a shit? Like, that's I guess like Reddit isn't a place where you're gonna get consistent like applaud or negativity based on something because you see that oh, guy with no hands is streaming 200 upvotes. Someone who's like 100 times the skill like high GM streaming downvoted. Like it's just like it depends on who it is and like how it's received be based on the people. Like I've learned to just like not give a shit because like whenever I post something for Spawning Tool, like me and Kevin run that site, and like whenever we're posting like an update on stuff, like some of the stuff gets downvoted to infinity, and it's like stupid as fuck, but we don't really care because
I guess you just have to give people a reason to upvote it rather than to not downvote it. Because if you don't downvote it, but you don't upvote it either, it didn't give you enough of an impact to actually upvote it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah, it's all about phrasing. But on All Things Terran, it got upvoted and stuff, which is good.
Yeah, All Things Terran's a nice thread or a nice subreddit. Nice people there.
I really like it. Whenever I've had a question, I've always gotten like masters and GMs commenting answers and helping me out.
Yeah, it used to be a bit more well run. There used to be like a Skype chat and everything, but then it kind of went to the shitters.
Well, there is a Skype chat right now. It's with Australians though. It's like the SC2C All Things Terran chat.
Oh, okay.
It has 22 people in it. If you want to be added, it has like Azure. I don't know if you know him. X5 Runamak.
I'm good, thanks. It's just Australians are like I know these people. I just don't. It's just another thing because I try to prioritize my time, and I try to keep like the amount of Skype groups I'm in to as close to zero as possible.
That's really good for.
Otherwise, it just sucks up time.
Yeah. No, like I completely agree. I'm either talking in Skype, looking at Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Yep. Like, there's so many distractions. It's insane.
Yep.
So I completely agree. Like, improving at the game. Like, literally, there was an interview with Polt, and then Jack Attack and Violet were talking, and they're like, yeah, I've never walked by Polt and seen something non-StarCraft up. Like, 100% StarCraft, whether it's a replay, whether it's a VOD, whether it's him playing, whether it's watching, like, a Korean streamer. Like, it's always StarCraft. Always.
I remember Todd saying recently, like, someone with that kind of dedication, it's a very, very hard thing to do. Mm-hmm. And he, like, that's coming from someone of his level who is, like, the success that he's had in WCS. And he's saying it's a very hard thing to do, and that that the people that go above and beyond him, he just, like, gives a lot of respect for.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and, like, I just said Morin and not Polt. Wow. And Polt, Polt, what's it called? Polt doesn't live in a team house. He's living in a house with Violet, Stardust, and Jack Attack. I guess that's kind of a team. Yeah, kind of a team house. But like, there's not like a coach like, oh, do your homework, play game. Like, they're not like sitting there saying like, sorry.
So racist.
Sorry, but like. I didn't mean it that way, but there are coaches in the team houses, and you have to play. There's like a regiment of 12 hours a day that you have to play in the Korean team houses. Yeah. God damn it! I'm sorry.
That was so racist, man. I hope everyone in your chats be having. That's just wow.
I'm sorry. You know, I don't mean it in a negative way, of course. But people in team houses are a lot more dedicated than people who don't live in team houses.
It just helps with motivation is all, but you can achieve that same level of practice outside of a team house. It's just a lot. It takes a lot more dedication, or I guess motivation to do when there's not someone on your butt telling you to do that.
my chat's like, all right, unfollowed for racism. Oh my god. But yeah, Yeah, anybody who can go above and beyond and like do what Polt and like every other Korean is doing right now. Like I haven't seen any like there's so little foreigners who do that. Like just because I think the work ethic and the team house environment in Korea is just insanely like just like who was it? Who was the really good Korean who lived in a foreigner team house? MYI, was it Rain who lived in the MYI
Sure.
house?
Hydra's doing that now too. Innovation did that, I think, for a while.
Yeah, and Innovation didn't have good results when he was in the team house, in the foreigner team house, and then he went back to Korea and then just started destroying, because of that like refinement and playing like 12 hours a day all the time. Because it's hard to get motivation. MC retired, quote unquote, because he was living at home, right? And he didn't have the motivation to play 12 hours a day.
Most people just lose their motivation for whatever reason. It's natural. Like Supernova just retired, and he was in Root Team House, I think, or maybe he was in Korea or whatever.
He was living in Korea, but he was en route. But I don't think he was in the in a team
When
house.
you read all these retirement things, it's like these people retired because they lost their passion. Essentially, that's what their Twitter says. Like, let me pull up Supernova's thing because it's still on top of Reddit, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his Twitter. No, that's not it. There's something before. Yeah, I lost passion for pro gamer life. Like that's literally saying you gave up.
Yeah, it's because he wasn't getting results.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard thing to do. Not everyone can do it. He just kind of got lucky. He was at the right place at the right time to get results before Kespa came in and before the game got a bit harder.
Oh.
Let's finish this replay though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. So this engagement, I think it's not great.
If there's something you could be doing better than taking this engagement, then, well, would you do that thing? Would you do that better thing, or would you still do this, still not bad thing?
I actually don't think that was that. I don't think that was bad though. Like considering the units I killed killed 2 immortals. I killed 2 sentries, I think.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Go back. Let's see how many units you killed exactly,
Okay.
and how many units you lost.
All right. Oh.
Game paused.
Okay. So 2. Let's go back.
You got
Game
you got 5 Marauders and 14 Marines.
Okay.
Go.
And he has 5 sentries, 2 immortals.
Game resumed.
You got a Stalker, an Immortal.
And I get this last immortal in a second.
You got a Stalker, an Immortal, maybe a Zealot or 2,
A sentry
and the Immortal.
2 immortals.
Or okay, so you got 2 Immortals, a Stalker, a Sentry, and like a Zealot or 2.
And I now have 2 marauders and 4 marines.
Was it worth the 3 Marauders and 10 Marines to kill that many units?
That's when you start to question how much gas is worth compared to minerals. I don't think it was worth it in this situation because my 3rd isn't up yet.
Well, all that aside, if it was or was not worth it, the more definitive play that would pretty much be guaranteed worth it is to drop into his main and then 3rd at the same time. Because if you think about it, you're going to get a lot better trade pretty much regardless of how it goes when you split your army up, first of all, and when you have, I guess when you're like not facing his army head on and you're just kind of like doing there to, it's better to take a lot less damage, like lose 1 unit and kill a thing or two than it is to lose a couple units and kill, like, maybe a couple more things. Like, it doesn't scale effectively up when you start to lose too many bio units, because it really gets rid of your, what's the word I'm looking for? Momentum.
Yeah, I can agree with that, because it's like when I was parade pushing and like I didn't have the critical mass.
Yeah, and now you don't have the critical mass again for even a longer time. That's like 3 Marauders, 14 or 10 Marines. That's almost 2 production rounds that you aren't gonna have. And him, on the other hand, he can replenish 2 Immortals, or the equivalent of that, with 1 Colossi. And then he can replenish like the Sanctuaries and the Stalker and the Zealot he lost in a Warping round easily.
Yeah. I think the best pick off, the killing the 2 Immortals was the like crux that like made that kind of okay.
Yes, like I think that's more salvaging a bad situation than...
I agree. That's making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah. And so the goal here is, like, in the last parts of like tonight, is to get you to see like when there could be a potentially better situation that you could do instead of the one that you just took. So like every fight you take, you should be asking yourself, is there a better fight that I could have taken somewhere else?
Yeah. Well, making the best of a bad situation. Why even get into a bad situation?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's see how many more of these kinds of situations you get into, and if you can identify them without me helping you.
I've gotten a lot better with not getting supply blocked. Just like game knowledge, I guess. Or not game knowledge, but like just like playing so much.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful.
So throughout this entire game, I keep on denying run-bys with the Zealots, but I just like don't kill the pylon, which is kind of bad on my part. I think that's... We're gonna go back.
Yeah. You're like, I don't know.
Game resumed.
Okay.
Game resumed.
Alright, let's look at upgrades. 1-1. He has 1-1. My upgrades are actually closer to finishing than his with my 2-2. So I'm thinking, I see this. I force his army out of position, and I drop his 3rd would be a good idea. This is actually a good engagement, though.
Yeah, it does look like not a bad engagement. I definitely think this was a decent engagement as well.
If I kill this Colossi, then it's a... Yeah, this is... That was a...
Why was it a good engagement? Go back.
I had a... I think I pretty kind of had that critical mass. I forced him into attacking. He wanted that 4th. He had to attack in. And also, his Colossus were right at that cliff right there, and I could push in and snipe one instantly.
More importantly,
his units have to go around the cliff to get to mine, and he force fields his own Zealots out. He force fields, and then his Zealots are trying to attack my ranged units.
Okay, what else? What else? There's a couple more things.
Well, let's see. I pick up the units to go and snipe the Colossal. Like, I'm picking up the units that are on the outside of the force fields and dropping them behind so I can get that range advantage.
It doesn't have anything to do with the battle itself.
Okay.
Like, how you controlled it.
I have my 3rd up, I'm adding production, and I'm delaying his economy.
Not really. You're both on 3 base economy. His 3rd base has been up longer than yours as well, and he has his gas up. Here's a hint. Do you have your production tab open?
Yes. I thought I already said my upgrades. My upgrades are ahead of his. Like, I don't know.
Oh my god, you're so close.
I'm hitting before Templar, and charge.
Charge was the one I was looking for. You're hitting right. Well, you don't know that he doesn't have charge, or that it's right before. It's like a clutch timing,
Yeah.
but you are hitting, and he doesn't have charge.
That's beautiful.
And his army is full of zealots.
Yeah. Is there a way to see if they have charge by clicking on them?
Yeah, their move speed. Like if you hover over their armor, their move speed will be yellow.
Okay. I have it so I can't see what the little pop-up like of the move speed until I click shift. Is that like fine if I like click on?
Probably not. Like in a game, you don't really have time to click shift to look at it. You should probably get that fixed so you can just hover over it. I think it's the tool tips or something. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure though.
Tooltips. Get worker rally, Bill Greg. And they display world object tooltips. Accept. No. That's not it. Display game tooltips. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, there. I just like, I don't know, why did I remove it? I don't think I know why I removed it. I think, no, there's no reason why I would have removed it, because I never need to put my mouse in the bottom right corner of the screen or on the upgrades unless I'm trying to look at them. Yeah, I didn't need to remove it. Alright, well, I hit a critical timing by accident, so
yes,
good on my part. I guess, but if I scanned his army and I saw that he had so many zealots and not charge, I can make an assumption.
You can do that as well, yeah.
Because if they have that many zealots, they have to go charge. And I'm going biomine, so I'm literally going the counter to his style.
Yeah.
Which is good, so.
So yeah, so I just wanted to make sure you knew the correct, like, because sometimes it'll look like you'll think you know why you've won the fight, but then you want to make sure is that the real reason why you won the fight. Like, those things all helped, but I think the deciding factor that allowed you to just take that fight really easily was the fact that you did not have charge. It makes a very huge difference in fights.
And can you tell if a stalker has blink by clicking on it?
I don't believe so.
That was a good question from the chat. Alright.
Game resumed.
You can execute now, because we went over this.
Just looking at my control, like when I'm when I'm warmed up though, it's like actually kind of nice to watch, because like I used to be so bad, like just like my old control and old like multitasking and stuff was really, really bad.
It's nice to see improvement.
No, I love it. It's so this is when charge finishes, and concussive shells is so so good.
Yeah. This is where you like just over kiting right there, and not even any reason to kite to begin with. Like, what's going on right now?
I took my 4th. Well, why am I even here? I can kill his 3rd right now.
Yes.
It's like, oh, APM, APM, APM. Oh, I'm so good. Like GSL Korean. Like, no, just like A move his 3rd.
Yeah, and then get out.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. It's all about positioning. Jeez, this is crazy. Like, well, not crazy, but like, dang.
You made the same mistake Hyun made.
True. Not the player, but I'm agreeing.
Actually, you know what? You look at your vision though.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go right now. I don't even know a 3rd exists. I thought that was his 3rd. Oh
yeah.
my god.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Game resumed.
So that's why I was pushing like that.
Yeah. that makes a bit more sense why you were pushing like that and why you're not hacking the third at all.
Yeah. I was wondering how
if you didn't watch this replay,
I would have been like I don't see how I won this, to be honest. If he had a third for that long without me knowing, like.
Well, you took some good fights, and you're still ahead economically. So you're kind of like following your game, or part of the game plan by keeping a better economic advantage than your opponent.
And then I kept on denying units and economy.
Yeah. So even though like can be essentially an even or a hidden base scenario where you don't even know he has a base, but you can still win anyways.
I think that engagement was. We're gonna go and check.
Yeah. Oh, you're catching yourself now. That's good.
Okay.
And also, is it the best possible engagement? So after you assess if it was a good engagement or not, figure out was that the best possible thing you could have done with your army, or was there a better place you could have been to take advantage?
I think this was. I think it was good because I immediately snipe a Colossus. I'm kiting with most of my army back here, and I get a flank in while I'm defending.
Game paused.
Like at this moment, like I think I go back to my third and defend my mineral line.
Yeah, I think the flank was a good setup by you for sure.
And that was just like on the spot stuff, so I'm getting better at that over time. Like I moved.
Overstim hurt your flank though a little bit because you kind of stimmed up to get to that position, and then you had to stim again.
Yeah, I was at first gonna go for the fourth or third that I thought, and then I ended up seeing, oh, I can get a good flank, so I stemmed again. So like that was kind of like bad thinking on my part. If I could have denied the fourth instead, and then just not directly engaged it. But
Could have as well.
I think that my game plan to keep them from getting the death ball, I think it was a good decision to kill 2 Colossi and get 1 down to a low health.
Yes, I agree.
Because it doesn't matter if you kill their economy if they have a death ball. And as you can see, I really hate run-bys.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh my gosh, you just over-defended there. If you just have a bunker and like 1 Widow Mine, that's plenty.
But I guess he's.
But that's a small mistake.
Yeah.
Or a small thing. It's not until like you get to a higher level where you're like, okay, well, I have this many Widow Mines. Where were all my Widow Mines? Oh, I had 5 Widow Mines that weren't in the battle. Would having like 4 extra Widow Mines help the engagement? If so, then you can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just putting a bunker there, I could have. Yeah. Okay. And I could have cleared out those pylons like 8 times. Well.
What I like to do is I just shift click a single marine around. So like I'll shift click a marine around here. And then I'll shift click another one around here. But you kind of got to get familiar where they put their pylons. Like this is a pretty common position. I just do a regular path just to, because they won't always put pylons here. Sometimes they'll put it like way over here or something like that. So you might not always find it.
Yeah. Thanks for the host, Mish. My thing is John Cena, so right when you're in the middle of talking, it's like dun 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 dun. His name is John Cena. But yeah, I guess my thought process behind putting those mines there was he's gonna waste so much minerals throwing his zealots into this. But he had a hidden base, so it didn't matter.
And even if he wastes minerals, you're technically wasting minerals there for defense. Like, how much defense is that actually? 6 whole Widow Mines, 75, 25 times 6. That's that's a relatively big amount of money and supply that you've invested into defense.
Yeah, that's like I think like 700 resources. No, not 700. That's 600 resources.
that's not going to be in your army.
Yeah. I agree. If I use one Widow Mine in one bunker with 4 Marines in it, easy.
Yeah.
And if I put the Widow Mine right in front of the bunker so they charge into the bunker and get hit by it, yeah,
That works too. And then you can like have a depot wall as well, so you can repair the bunker.
Yeah. All right, that's a better solution than using 600 resources to defend against zealots. Okay.
Game resumed.
So let's. That last engagement was good because I sniped Colossi and keeping that countdown, and he can't really build Templar and Colossi at the same time effectively.
Compared to all your other options at the time, yes, that was a good one. That was the best one to take.
So I'm kiting too fast right here.
This kiting.
Yeah, dude, my micro is too good for my own good.
Go back and look at the kiting and look at how often your marauders fire. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe this will cement it in your head.
Game resumed.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in on the marauders.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. Jesus.
Yeah.
I could have killed him here.
Game
Does he have storm? He doesn't. Wait, does
He
he?
does have storm.
Okay, he has 2 storms right now. So
Probably couldn't have killed him, but you could have done a lot more damage.
I could have killed all his zealots and gotten away with, I think, half of my army and not like 1/5 of it.
Yeah. Like, it was super, super inefficient.
Also, what is your opinion on taking the gases on the 3rd? Like, I'm floating gas right now.
Yeah, take it. Don't take it out at your 4th, though. You don't need it.
Well, I always tend to float gas.
You're not making medevacs. You have 3 right now.
True. And constant Widow Mine production, I need that. Like, I
And
might...
then marauders also take up gas as well. And you should technically be... when your expansion timing should be a bit crisper to the point where... and your upgrades should be... you should have 3/3 done by now. So, I think it's just general macro. Like, it's okay that you're floating this much gas. Your macro isn't to the point where you're using it all yet.
Okay. So that was a bad engagement. I don't even know why I was there. There was no reason to attack.
Yes, that's true as well.
Because at this point, I can drop and then push in and then like catch him off guard. But keeping that Colossus countdown like kept me from dying right now because he would have had like I think 4 Colossus if I hadn't.
Where could you drop?
Well,
you should be more specific about that. Like, you're dropping now. Also, why are you just using... You shouldn't use single drops either. Like, when you're dropping with big chunks of your army. Like, you should have a third, up to like a third or even half of your army in a drop. Because you're really trying to abuse the Protoss positioning and getting him out of position so that you're fighting with a larger part of your army than he is with his defending it. So like if he has like, for example, if he has half of his army in his main base defending and you drop your entire army on top of his army, half army, then you're gonna take you should take a good engagement. All things said and done.
Yeah. I usually drop with like 2 to 3 medevacs full.
Yeah, that's too little.
Seriously?
Like 3 is like the minimum.
Oh wow, I've been doing things wrong then. Okay, well I'll keep that in mind.
And like you don't have enough medevacs to do it either. You gotta make more medevacs. You should have like 10 to 12 easily. So then all of a sudden it's like dropping 3, okay, well you still got 9 medevacs in your army. It doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah, and with this style, you have to have like a lot of medevacs just to kind of replace the Vikings with so much healing power.
Yes, and the Marauders do take up a lot of healing as well.
Because they have more armor.
No, more HP than the Marines. So
Yeah.
they drain health faster, and they also use medevacs for longer.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Nice, Storm is Colossi.
And his Archons. You can tell he's practicing the standard friendly fire.
Oof.
Overstem. If I stim again. If I stim again. Oh lord. That's okay I guess though, because it ran out.
You didn't even... Every single Widow Mine was out of position.
Yes.
And you still won that. So like, that's the kind of thing you want happening to you, where you can make a big mistake like not having your Widow Mine in position, but because you took the fight at the right time, and you like you didn't completely eat every single storm and then throw up afterwards, that you can still win.
Yeah. Oh, it hurts.
You gotta stim away again, probably. Oh, but you got a lot of medevacs now, so that's helping.
I stimmed a small part of my army that time. Yeah, the high medevac count is keeping me alive right now.
But still doesn't mean that overstimming is good.
Yeah. I think stimming small parts of your army for a certain purpose is better.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. Like when I stim to get those Templar. But like right here I'm overstimming.
To get somewhere is generally not a good idea though.
You mean like this?
Yes. Or like stimming to get to a base to try to kill it, not good either. You only want to stim away or stim right when a battle starts.
What about in like TVZ when you're like trying to snipe a base?
Same thing, same thing.
Okay.
Even worse in TVZ because Zergians are even faster, so you can't stim you can't really stim and snipe a base. Well, if you're talking about like stimming a drop to try to snipe a base, then yes. But if you're talking about walking your army up to a base and then stimming and trying to do a run by and killing it and then running away, then no.
And I did stim my all army stim to get to the base faster, like this time.
That's okay. Generally, it's not good. There's no reason like okay. Try to justify overstimming your all army, or with the all army to get to the base faster. What does that accomplish?
He can't warp in more zealots, because I saw that he could warp in like 8 zealots at a time earlier in the game when he did it right here. When you mention the kiting, when he had all the shit.
Okay, bigger picture. That's not really important.
I need to keep the pressure going. Like,
why?
I can produce units faster than him. I need to snipe this base. I have 3/3, but he does too. I have so many medevacs that it might not matter. Like it doesn't make as much of an effect on my army as a whole to overstim.
Okay, that's probably the best reason you have. It's also probably not going to be applicable to very many games.
True.
But that's a valid reason.
I wasn't really thinking of that. I was more like I want to keep the pressure on, but I did have a lot of medevacs, so I guess that kind of subconsciously was in my mind.
Yeah. You want to get those subconscious thoughts to be more conscious, though, and you don't want to just be like, I want to keep the pressure on. That's way too vague of a statement to make. Like, I want to drop somewhere, or I want to do this. I want to try to trade with his army. That's all part of what having a game plan is for, so that you don't have those vague things.
Yeah, and when I don't have a high medevac count, I don't have as much of a problem with overstimming, because I am super scared of, like in TVT, when I don't have a high medevac account, when I'm facing mech and stuff, like I'm a lot more like careful with my stims, but I'm still like pretty bad with it. It's better than bad. And lose 800 gas. Those 2 Widow Mines killed like 7 medevacs, but I won the game right there.
Awesome.
But yeah, I think I learned a lot off of this game. In general.
Well, I am getting really hungry, so I need to go get something to eat. but I think this was a pretty productive thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was really nice.
I think you might need you're getting to the point where you're correctly assessing the situation and you can make the right calls, but only if I point them out to you. So I think you need a little bit more practice with being able to identify yourself to find out if it's a good situation or not. Like picking it out of the game instead of just X2ing over it is the next thing, I think.
Because I'm having trouble figuring out, like, like you said, I'm starting to catch myself. Like, oh, I should probably go back and watch that fight.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree. But yeah, I'm almost there. No, okay, yeah. I have one more TVP replay, but it's a pretty long one, so we can do that next time.
All right, sounds good.
But yeah.
Or you know what? You could even do it yourself and then show me. Like, and you get plenty of time as well. Like, it's kind of like a take-home test, and you get to use the book and everything, and then you can just tell me everything.
I can record it and then make a highlight, or I'm streaming right now, so I can do it right after this. Then I can highlight it and then link it to you.
I'd rather you just tell me, like, pick out probably the most, I guess, like, so in that replay, pick out the single most important thing that wins or loses you the game. Like, right before the checkmate. You know how, like, you're in check, and if your opponent can't do anything, then it becomes checkmate? Well, the check move. So, just one. Just one
major thing that I can improve.
Yes, the biggest major thing.
Okay, and then I can
have to limit it to one. That's the important thing.
Okay, so I can analyze it, find 10 different things, but the biggest thing is what I want to find and tell you and link you.
And also to make the correct adjustment to it as well.
Okay, and do you want me to send you the replay after?
Well, we can take care of that next time.
All right, awesome. But yeah, this was productive and stuff. And next time, depending on how many TVTs or TVPs or TVZs I get on ladder, we can focus on them.
We'll pick up with TVP first, though, and then go from there.
All right, awesome. All right, thanks for the time, man. I hope we can get another session in the next couple weeks. Yeah.
Sounds good. Just keep laddering hard.
Dude, of course. And if you have any people that you find that are like either like around my level or like 25% above my level, I'd love to practice with them. Because even if
I asked around. I'll get back to you on that in probably like a day or two.
All right, awesome. Yeah, no rush on that. But I'd rather get a practice partner that like I can lose to a lot and learn from and practice this like replay analysis.
Okay, sounds good.
So, but I don't want to play someone who's like high GM that will just wreck me every single game just because better macro. Like that's.
Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, all right. Thanks for the time, man. Enjoy your dinner. Have a good one.
All right. Take care.
See ya. All right. He was really